Hello, everyone. Your sleep companion here, bringing you another journey tonight. Before we begin, please like and subscribe to join our sleep community. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift away together. I was hired as a high-end escort for a wealthy couple. What they wanted to collect from me wasn't on my service menu. I've always considered myself a salesman of exceptional talent. Not the kind who peddles vacuum cleaners or used cars, but someone who sells an experience, a fantasy. I help people become who they want to be, if only for a few hours. My name is Marcus Reed, and for the past 8 years, I've worked as a professional companion. That's the term I prefer, though my clients use others: escort, date, arm candy. Whatever you want to call it, I'm very good at what I do. Good enough that my services command top dollar from those who can afford them. Most people have misconceptions about my profession. They imagine seedy hotel rooms and desperate situations. The reality is much more mundane, even boring at times. I spend most of my time in tailored suits, attending charity galas and corporate events. I make small talk with CEOs and celebrities. I laugh at jokes that aren't funny. I'm an actor playing the role of the perfect partner. The physical aspect is only a small part of what I offer, though I won't pretend it isn't there. But when you're paying what my clients pay, you expect more than just a body. You want connection, attention, understanding, even if it's manufactured. You want someone who makes you feel important, and I deliver. My clients are mostly wealthy men, in their 40s and 50s. Businessmen who need a charming date for a work function, married men looking for discretion, recently divorced men seeking validation. They're powerful people used to getting what they want, and what they want is me, or rather, the version of me I create for them. I maintain a website under a professional alias, carefully curated to attract the right kind of clientele while discouraging the wrong kind. No explicit photos, no crude language, just elegant portraits and carefully worded descriptions of my services. The pricing isn't listed. If you have to ask, you can't afford me. It's a comfortable life. I have a stylish apartment in the city, a healthy savings account, and enough free time to pursue my own interests. I've never felt unsafe or exploited. I set my boundaries and my clients respect them. It's a business arrangement that works for everyone involved. Until Elise contacted me. The email arrived on a Tuesday morning. I was sipping coffee on my balcony, scrolling through messages on my tablet when I saw it. The subject line read, "Unusual request, discretion assured." At first glance, it seemed like any other new client inquiry. Polite, well-written, with just enough detail to pique my interest without being crass. The sender identified herself as Elise Harmon, a name that meant nothing to me. She was interested in my services for a private event, standard stuff. What caught my attention was one particular line. "This would be for my husband's birthday. I would like to participate as well." Couples weren't my usual clientele. I'd had a few over the years, typically wealthy, older men who wanted to surprise their wives or girlfriends with something exciting. Sometimes they just watched. Sometimes they joined in. It wasn't my preference, but for the right price, I could accommodate. But a woman reaching out to hire me for her husband, that was unusual enough to make me curious. I ran Elise Harmon through my usual vetting process. Social media accounts, background checks, property records, all the tools I use to ensure potential clients are legitimate and safe. What I found was sparse but reassuring. A wealthy couple in their 40s living in a coastal town about 3 hours from the city. He was some kind of investment banker or hedge fund manager. She was listed as a gallery owner. No criminal records, no red flags. So I responded, asking for more details about what exactly she was looking for. Her reply came within the hour. "Thank you for your prompt response. My husband Thomas has been under considerable stress lately, and I wanted to arrange something special for his upcoming birthday. He's always been attracted to men of your caliber, though he's never acted on it. I thought perhaps this could be an opportunity for him to explore that side of himself in a safe, controlled environment. With me present, of course. We have a private guest house where you could stay. Money is no object. It wasn't the strangest request I'd ever received, but something about the wording made me hesitate. The way she described her husband's attraction felt off somehow. And the money is no object line in my experience. People who say that are either trying to scam you or hiding something. But the fee she proposed in her follow-up message was substantial enough to overcome my reservations. 3 times my usual overnight rate, plus expenses. For that kind of money, I could tolerate a bit of awkwardness. We arranged a phone call to discuss the details. When I called the number she provided, a woman answered immediately, as if she'd been waiting by the phone. "Hello, Marcus," she said, her voice soft and melodic. "I've been looking forward to speaking with you." "Mrs. Harmon," I replied, keeping my tone professional. "Thank you for reaching out. Please, call me Elise. I feel like we're going to be close." I forced a chuckle. "Elise, then. I'd like to get a better understanding of what you're looking for before we proceed." "Of course." There was a rustling sound, as if she was settling into a chair. "As I mentioned in my email, this is for my husband's birthday. Thomas turns 45 next weekend. He's devoted his life to building our fortune, and I want to give him something he's always desired but never pursued." "And that would be?" She laughed, a light tinkling sound. "You, Marcus? Or someone like you? Thomas has always been curious about men. He's never acted on it, but I see the way he looks sometimes. I want to give him permission to explore that side of himself. With you present, yes," her voice dropped lower, "I want to watch. I want to see his face when he finally gets what he's been secretly wanting all these years." I'd had this conversation before with other clients, the fantasy, the voyeurism, the thrill of watching a partner with someone else, but something in Elise's tone made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. She didn't sound like a loving wife planning a kinky surprise. She sounded hungry. "Tell me about your husband," I said, trying to steer the conversation to more neutral territory. "What does he like? What are his interests? It helps me create the right experience." "Thomas is a private man," she said, an edge creeping into her voice. "Very successful, very controlled. He doesn't allow himself many pleasures. Work consumes him." "And you think this is something he would want? Has he expressed interest in men before?" There was a pause. "Not explicitly, but a wife knows, Marcus. A wife always knows." I had my doubts, but I kept them to myself. "And you're sure he'll be comfortable with this arrangement? Sometimes surprises like this can backfire." "Leave that to me," she said smoothly. "I know exactly how to present it to him." We discussed logistics. The date would be the following Saturday. I would drive out to their property in the afternoon and stay overnight in their guest house. They would provide dinner, and afterward, the main event, as Elise put it, would take place. "I should warn you," I said as we were wrapping up the call. "I have a strict policy. If at any point your husband seems uncomfortable or unwilling, I'll stop immediately. No refunds." "That won't be necessary," Elise replied, a smile in her voice. "Thomas will be very willing. I guarantee it." After we hung up, I sat for a long time staring at the phone. The conversation had left me uneasy, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly why. Perhaps it was the way she spoke about her husband, as if he were a possession rather than a partner. Or maybe it was the certainty with which she predicted his reaction to her surprise. But the money was too good to pass up, and in my line of work, a little eccentricity from clients was to be expected. I sent her a final confirmation email with my requirements for the evening, a list of foods I couldn't eat, products I couldn't use due to allergies, and activities I wouldn't participate in under any circumstances. She responded within minutes. "All noted. We're so looking forward to having you, Marcus. Thomas doesn't know it yet, but this will be a birthday he'll never forget." I should have trusted my instincts. I should have canceled right then, but I didn't. And now I'll never forget that birthday either. The drive to the Harmons estate took longer than expected. What should have been a 3-hour journey stretched to nearly 5 as I navigated narrow country roads that twisted through dense forest. My GPS lost signal several times, forcing me to rely on the printed directions Elise had emailed me. By the time I reached the property, the sun was already beginning to set. Iron gates swung open automatically as I approached, revealing a long gravel driveway that wound through manicured gardens. At the end stood an imposing stone house, 3 stories of Gothic Revival architecture that looked more like a small castle than a home. I parked beside a sleek black Mercedes and checked my appearance in the rearview mirror. I dressed in a tailored navy suit, formal enough to make a good impression, but easy to remove if things progressed as Elise had planned. My hair was perfectly styled, my face freshly shaved. I looked good. I always do. It's part of the job. As I stepped out of the car, the front door opened. A woman emerged and stood at the top of the stone steps. She was slim and elegant, in a simple black dress, her silver blonde hair pulled back in a tight bun. She didn't smile or wave, just watched me as I approached with my overnight bag. "You must be Marcus," she said when I reached the steps. Her voice was exactly as I remembered from our phone call, soft yet authoritative. "And you must be Elise," I replied, extending my hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you in person." She took my hand, her grip surprisingly firm. "The pleasure is mine. Please, come in. Thomas is in his study, finishing up some work. He'll join us shortly." The interior of the house was as impressive as the exterior: high ceilings, antique furniture, oil paintings in ornate frames. It was tasteful but cold, like a museum rather than a home. Elise led me through a marble-floored foyer into a large living room dominated by a stone fireplace. "Would you like a drink?" she asked, moving to a bar cart in the corner. "Thomas will be down soon, and I've instructed the staff to serve dinner at 7. "Just water for now, thank you. I never drink alcohol before appointments. Clarity is essential in my line of work, especially in potentially complex situations like this one." She poured water from a crystal decanter into a matching glass and handed it to me. "I must say, your photos don't do you justice. You're even more handsome in person." "Thank you," I said, accepting the compliment with a practiced smile. "Your home is beautiful. It's been in Thomas's family for generations." She gestured for me to sit on one of the plush sofas. "We're merely its current caretakers." I took a seat, placing my bag beside me. "You mentioned that your husband doesn't know about our arrangement. How do you plan to introduce me?" Elise's lips curved into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I told him I'd hired a consultant to discuss some potential investments. He thinks we're having a business dinner." "And afterward?" "Afterward, I'll explain that you offer other services as well. Services I've arranged as a gift." She took a sip of her own drink, something amber, colored in a tumbler. "Don't worry, Marcus. I know how to handle my husband." The way she said it made me uncomfortable again, but before I could respond, a door opened somewhere in the house. Footsteps approached, and Elise straightened, her expression shifting to one of practiced warmth. "Ah, here he is now," she murmured. I stood as a man entered the room. Thomas Harmon was tall and distinguished, with salt and pepper hair and the lean build of someone who exercises regularly, but not obsessively. He wore a charcoal suit that had probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. His face was handsome in a conventional way, strong jawline, straight nose, clear blue eyes. But there was a tension in his features, a tightness around his mouth that suggested chronic stress. "Thomas," Elise said, rising to greet him with a kiss on the cheek. "This is Marcus Reed, the consultant I mentioned." Thomas extended his hand. "Mr. Reed, thank you for making the trip out here. I hope the drive wasn't too tedious." His grip was firm but not aggressive, his manner polite but reserved. As we shook hands, I studied his face, looking for some sign of the suppressed desire Elise had described. I saw nothing but mild curiosity and professional courtesy. "Not at all," I replied. "The countryside is beautiful." It was a pleasant change from city traffic. "Please, sit." Thomas gestured to the sofa I'd vacated. "Elise tells me you have some interesting investment opportunities to discuss." I shot a quick glance at Elise, who gave me a subtle nod. "So we were really going to maintain this charade through dinner?" "Yes," I said smoothly, falling back on years of experience making small talk with strangers. Though I prefer to save business discussions for after we've had a chance to get acquainted. I find it helps me better understand a client's needs. Thomas nodded approvingly. A sensible approach. Shall we move to the dining room? I believe dinner is ready. Elise led us through another doorway, into a formal dining room, where a table was set for 3. Crystal glasses, silver cutlery, fine china, every detail was perfect. A uniformed woman, who I assumed was the housekeeper, silently served a multi-course meal. Soup, salad, roasted lamb with seasonal vegetables, each accompanied by a perfectly paired wine. Throughout dinner, the conversation remained cordial but superficial. Thomas asked about my background. I gave him the edited version I use for all clients, and I asked about his work. He was indeed a hedge fund manager, specializing in emerging technology markets. He spoke animatedly about blockchain and artificial intelligence, clearly passionate about his field. Elise remained mostly silent, watching our interaction with those unnervingly focused eyes. Occasionally, she would interject a comment or touch Thomas's arm, but her attention never wavered from the two of us. It was as if she was studying us, memorizing every gesture and word. As the housekeeper cleared the dessert plates, Elise stood. Why don't we move to the library for coffee? It's more comfortable in discussions. Thomas and I followed her through the house to a wood-paneled room lined with bookshelves. A fire burned in another stone fireplace, casting flickering shadows across leather-bound volumes. The room had a different atmosphere than the rest of the house, warmer, more lived in, with well-worn armchairs and books that looked like they'd actually been read. I'll fetch the coffee, Elise said. Make yourselves comfortable. When she left, Thomas turned to me with a slightly apologetic smile. I should warn you, Mr. Reed, that while my wife may have given you certain expectations, I rarely make investment decisions on the spot. I prefer to do thorough due diligence. Of course, I replied, wondering how this charade would eventually transition to the real purpose of my visit. That's perfectly understandable. Thomas moved to one of the bookshelves, running his fingers along the spines. Are you a reader, Mr. Reed? Please, call me Marcus. And yes, when time permits. Mostly classics, some contemporary fiction. He nodded approvingly and selected a book, handing it to me. You might enjoy this. It's a first edition Hemingway, one of my prized possessions. I accepted the book carefully, noting the fine leather binding and gold lettering. It's beautiful. You're a collector? In a manner of speaking, his eyes met mine, and for the first time, I sensed something beneath his composed exterior. A flicker of, was it vulnerability? Interest? I couldn't tell. The door opened, and Elise returned carrying a silver tray with a coffee service. What are you two discussing so intently? Books, Thomas replied, his expression shuddering again. Marcus appreciates literature. How lovely, Elise said, setting the tray on a side table. But perhaps we should move on to the real reason for his visit. Thomas frowned slightly. I thought we agreed to save the investment discussion for tomorrow morning, after I've had time to review the materials. Elise poured coffee into 3 delicate cups. Not those investments, darling. The other gift I arranged for your birthday. The room grew very still. Thomas looked from his wife to me, confusion evident on his face. What other gift? Elise handed him a cup, her movements graceful and deliberate. Marcus isn't a financial consultant, Thomas. He's an escort. A very exclusive, very expensive escort whom I've hired for the evening. For us. For you. The cup froze halfway to Thomas's lips. His eyes widened as he stared at his wife, then shifted to me. I saw the moment understanding dawned, followed immediately by shock, then anger. This is inappropriate, he said, his voice tight. He set the cup down with a sharp clink. Mr. Reed, I apologize for my wife's misconception. There's been a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding, darling, Elise said, moving to stand beside her husband. She placed a hand on his arm, which he immediately shook off. I see how you look at men like him. I know what you want, but won't allow yourself to have. Thomas's face flushed, dark red. That's enough, Elise. I cleared my throat, intensely uncomfortable with the direction this was taking. Perhaps I should leave. No, Elise said sharply, her soft demeanor suddenly vanishing. You've been paid for the night, and you'll stay for the night. Thomas turned to me, his expression a mix of embarrassment and fury. "Mr. Reed, please accept my apologies. My wife has clearly overstepped. Whatever she's paid you, I'll double it if you leave now and forget this ever happened." I stood, reaching for my bag. "No additional payment necessary. I'll see myself out." Elise moved with surprising speed, positioning herself between me and the door. "Sit down, both of you, now." There was something in her voice, a razor's edge of command, that made me hesitate. Thomas, however, had apparently reached the limit of his patience. "This has gone far enough," he said, moving toward his wife. "Move aside, Elise." She smiled, and it was like watching ice form. "Or what, Thomas? What will you do?" He stopped, and I saw uncertainty flicker across his face. It was the look of a man who had just realized he didn't know the person standing in front of him. "What game are you playing?" he asked quietly. "No game," she replied. "Just a gift. One I've been planning for a very long time." She reached into the pocket of her dress and pulled out something small and metallic. At first, I thought it was a phone or a remote control. Then I realized it was a syringe. "Elise," Thomas said, his voice warning, "don't do anything foolish." She laughed, that same tinkling sound I'd heard on the phone, but now it held no warmth at all. "It's a bit late for that warning, don't you think?" Everything happened very quickly after that. Thomas lunged for her, trying to grab the syringe. Elise sidestepped with surprising agility, and as Thomas stumbled past her, she plunged the needle into his neck. He froze, a look of disbelief on his face. His hand went to his neck, and he turned to his wife with an expression of profound betrayal. "Elise, what?" His words slurred, and he staggered. I moved to help him, but my own legs suddenly felt heavy and uncooperative. The room tilted, and I realized with distant horror that the coffee, it had to have been the coffee. Thomas collapsed first, crumpling to the carpet like a marionette whose strings had been cut. I managed to stay upright a few seconds longer, long enough to see Elise standing over her husband, a expression of cold satisfaction on her face. "What did you do?" I tried to ask, but the words came out garbled and thick. She turned to me, head tilted in curiosity, as if observing an interesting specimen. "Just relax, Marcus. Everything is going according to plan." The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me was Elise pulling out her phone and speaking to someone. "They're ready. Bring the car around." I woke to the sound of dripping water. For a long moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. My head throbbed, and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton. I tried to move and discovered two things simultaneously. I was lying on a cold metal surface, and my wrists and ankles were restrained. Panic surged through me, clearing some of the fog from my brain. I forced my eyes open, blinking against harsh fluorescent light. I was in what appeared to be a basement or cellar concrete walls, exposed pipes, the smell of damp earth. The dripping I'd heard came from a leaky pipe overhead. I was secured to some kind of metal table or gurney, my limbs splayed and bound with what felt like leather straps. I was still wearing my suit pants, but my jacket, shirt, and shoes had been removed. "Hello?" I called, my voice hoarse and unfamiliar. "Is anyone there?" Silence answered me, broken only by the steady drip, drip, drip from above. I strained against the restraints, testing their strength. They held firm. I tried to remember what had happened, how I'd ended up here. Fragments came back: the Harmon's house, dinner, the library, Elise with the syringe, Thomas collapsing, the drugged coffee. A door opened somewhere out of my field of vision. Footsteps approached the sharp click of heels on concrete. Elise appeared, leaning over me with that same cold smile. She'd changed clothes now. She wore what looked like surgical scrubs, her hair hidden under a cap. "Good, you're awake," she said, as if I'd merely dozed off during a movie. I was beginning to worry I'd miscalculated the dosage. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear from my voice. "Where's Thomas? Why am I tied up?" She sighed, as if disappointed by my questions. So many concerns about such unimportant details. "Thomas is fine." Well, fine might be an overstatement, but he's alive. For now. She moved away briefly, returning with a rolling tray covered with a cloth. The sight of it made my stomach clench with dread. "What are you going to do?" I asked, unable to keep a tremor from my voice. Elise adjusted the height of the tray, her movements precise and practiced. "I'm going to make you part of my collection, Marcus." She said it matter-of-factly, as if explaining she was going to take my photograph. "Your collection?" "Yes." She pulled back the cloth, revealing an array of surgical instruments, scalpels, forceps, clamps, things I couldn't name but that gleamed wickedly under the fluorescent lights. "I collect people, you see, or parts of them at least, the parts that make them special." Ice flooded my veins. "You're insane. That word has lost all meaning through overuse," she replied mildly, selecting a scalpel and holding it up to the light. "I prefer to think of myself as a connoisseur, an appreciator of human uniqueness." "Please," I said, abandoning any pretense of calm. "Whatever you want." What I want," she interrupted, "is your tongue." I stared at her, certain I'd misheard. What?" "Your tongue," she repeated patiently. "It's quite remarkable, you know. In your photos, in person, it's perfect. Full, pink, the ideal shape." She leaned closer, her eyes fixing on my mouth. "And I imagine it's talented as well, given your profession." Nausea rose in my throat. This couldn't be happening. People like this didn't exist outside of horror movies and crime shows. "You can't be serious," I said, trying to appeal to any rationality she might possess. "You can't just take parts of people." "But I can," she said, smiling again. "I have. Many times. Someone will look for me. My clients, my friends." "No one will look for you," she cut in. "As far as the world is concerned, Marcus Reed checked into the Harrisford Hotel last night and checked out this morning. Your car is parked in their lot. Your credit card was used at a gas station 50 miles south of here. In a few days, it will be used again in another state, and then another, creating a trail that suggests you've decided to take a spontaneous road trip." The methodical way she laid this out terrified me more than her talk of collecting body parts. This wasn't a sudden impulse or a psychotic break. This was planned, calculated. "Why?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "Why me? Why any of this?" Elise set down the scalpel and leaned against the table, her hip pressing against my bound arm. "Because beauty should be preserved, Marcus. Because exceptional things deserve to be cherished and kept safe. By cutting them out and, what? Putting them in jars?" She laughed, genuinely amused. "Something like that. Though my methods are much more sophisticated." She ran a finger down my chest, a gesture that might have been sensual in any other context, but now made my skin crawl. "I've been doing this for a very long time. I've perfected my techniques." "And Thomas? Is he part of this too?" Her expression darkened. "Thomas is nothing but a resource. His money, his name, this property, all tools for my work." She picked up the scalpel again, twirling it between her fingers. "He was useful until he wasn't. Now he serves a different purpose." A terrible thought occurred to me. "The man you're married to, is he the real Thomas Harmon?" Her smile widened. "Very good, Marcus. I was hoping you'd be clever as well as beautiful." She shook her head. "No, the real Thomas Harmon died 3 years ago. The man you met was just the latest in a series of substitutes, men who bear enough resemblance to serve my purposes for a while. And what happens to them when they're no longer useful? They contribute to my collection, of course." She gestured toward a door at the far end of the room. "Would you like to see? I think Thomas would enjoy the company while I work." Before I could respond, she moved to the door and opened it, disappearing inside. I heard the sound of wheels on concrete, and then she returned, pushing a hospital gurney in front of her. On it lay the man I'd met as Thomas Harmon, stripped to the waist and secured with the same type of restraints that held me. His eyes were open but vacant, his breathing shallow. A large bandage covered the left side of his face. Elise positioned the gurney alongside mine, so Thomas and I were face to face, barely 2 feet apart. "There," she said, sounding pleased. "Now you won't be alone." She patted Thomas's hand almost affectionately. "He won't be much of a conversationalist, I'm afraid." I've already collected his contribution, a particularly striking blue eye. They're so much more vibrant when they're fresh, don't you think? I gagged, turning my head away. Elise tessed disapprovingly and grasped my chin, forcing me to look at her. None of that, please. This is art, Marcus. Creation through deconstruction. She released my face and returned to her tray of instruments. Now, I need to prepare. The tongue is a complex organ, all those blood vessels and nerves. It requires a delicate touch. As she busied herself arranging scalpels and clamps, I looked at Thomas. His remaining eye flickered, focusing briefly on my face. I saw recognition there, and something else, a desperate warning. "Elise," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "you don't have to do this. Whatever you're looking for, whatever you need, there are other ways." She paused, looking genuinely perplexed. "But why would I want other ways? This is who I am, Marcus. This is what I do." She selected a syringe from the tray and held it up to the light, tapping the barrel to remove air bubbles. "This will numb your mouth. I'm not cruel, contrary to what you might think. I don't enjoy suffering for its own sake." "Wait," I said quickly, seeing her approach with the syringe. "At least tell me why. Why collect parts? What do you do with them?" She hesitated, seeming to consider the question. "I preserve them, display them, honor them for what they are, perfect examples of human beauty." A dreamy quality entered her voice. "You should see my gallery, Marcus. It's exquisite, unique in all the world." "Your gallery? You mentioned being a gallery owner." "Yes, though it's private, very exclusive, by invitation only." She smiled, a secretive curl of her lips. "Maybe someday people will appreciate my work for the genius it is. After I'm gone, perhaps." "Please," I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. "Don't do this. I won't tell anyone. I'll disappear, just like you've arranged. No one will ever know." For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of doubt cross her face. Then she shook her head, resolve hardening her features. "It's too late for that, Marcus. It was too late the moment I saw your photograph." She moved closer with the syringe. "Now, open wide. It will hurt less if you don't fight it." I clamped my lips shut, turning my head as far away as the restraints would allow. Elise sighed, setting down the syringe. For a brief moment, I thought she might have changed her mind. Then her hand shot out, fingers digging into my jaw with surprising strength, forcing my mouth open. With her other hand, she picked up the syringe again. "I told you not to fight," she said, disappointment evident in her tone. "Now I'll have to." A sudden crash interrupted her. The sound came from somewhere above us, heavy, like furniture toppling over. Elise froze, her head tilting as she listened. Another crash, followed by the muffled sound of voices. "Impossible," she muttered, releasing my jaw and stepping back. "No one knows about this place. No one comes here." The voices grew louder, shouting now, the sound of footsteps on stairs. Elise's composure cracked. She looked around frantically, then grabbed a cloth from the tray and shoved it into my mouth. "Not a sound," she hissed, pressing a scalpel against my throat. "Or I'll take more than your tongue." The door at the top of the basement stairs burst open. Light flooded in, silhouetting a figure with what looked like a gun. "Police. Hands where I can see them." Elise's face contorted with rage. With a cry of frustration, she raised the scalpel, but before she could bring it down, a loud crack echoed through the room. She jerked backward, the scalpel clattering to the floor as she clutched her shoulder. Blood seeped between her fingers. "Secure the suspect," someone shouted. And suddenly the room was full of movement. Uniformed officers rushing in, voices calling for medical assistance, hands working at the restraints binding me to the table. As they freed me, I turned to look at Thomas, but his gurney was already surrounded by EMTs. One of them was saying something about pulse and blood pressure, their voices urgent but professional. Someone draped a blanket around my shoulders. A female officer knelt beside me, her face concerned. "Sir, can you tell me your name?" "Marcus," I managed, my voice raw. "Marcus Reed." "Mr. Reed, you're safe now. We're getting you medical attention." She hesitated, then asked, Is there someone we can call for you? Family? A friend? I thought of my sister, the person who would notice if I went missing, who kept track of my appointments and clients. Had she somehow raised the alarm when I didn't check in? Yes, I said, tears of relief spilling down my cheeks. My sister, Alexis. As they led me up the stairs and out of that nightmare basement, I caught a glimpse of Elise being handcuffed despite her gunshot wound. She wasn't fighting or screaming. Instead, she was utterly calm, her eyes fixed on me with an expression of serene certainty, as if this was merely a temporary setback, as if she knew we'd meet again. I shuddered and looked away, focusing instead on the daylight streaming through an open door ahead. Freedom, safety, a return to normality. But as I would soon learn, normal was a luxury I could no longer afford, because Elise Harmon wasn't working alone, and her collection was far from complete. The hospital kept me overnight for observation, though physically I was relatively unharmed. The drugs Elise had used, a cocktail of sedatives, according to the doctors, had mostly cleared from my system. No lasting damage, they assured me. I was lucky. Lucky. The word seemed absurd after what I'd experienced. The police came to take my statement. 2 detectives, a middle-aged man with tired eyes, and a younger woman whose gaze kept drifting to the bruises on my wrists. They recorded my account of everything that had happened, interrupting occasionally with questions. How had I met Elise? What exactly had she said about her collection? Did she mention any accomplices? I told them everything I could remember, watching their expressions shift from professional detachment to poorly concealed horror. You said she called the man Thomas, but implied he wasn't the real Thomas Harmon, the male detective asked, frowning at his notes. Yes, I replied. She said the real Thomas died 3 years ago. The man I met was a substitute. I swallowed hard, remembering the vacant look in his remaining eye. She said there had been others before him. The detectives exchanged glances. Mr. Reed, the woman said carefully, we found 3 bodies on the property, all male, all with parts missing. My stomach lurched. And the man she called Thomas? Is he? He's in surgery, she replied. His condition is critical but stable. I nodded, relief washing over me. At least one of her victims might survive. We've identified the property as belonging to Thomas and Elise Harmon, the male detective continued, but we're having trouble confirming her identity. Fingerprints don't match any database. The Harmons were known to be reclusive, but neighbors and business associates have confirmed Thomas's identity from photographs. No one seems to recall meeting his wife in person, though. How did you find us? I asked. How did you know where to look? The female detective hesitated, then said, Your sister filed a missing persons report when you missed your scheduled check-in. She had the address where you were supposed to be meeting clients, but when officers went there, they found the house had been abandoned for years. They were about to dismiss it when they noticed a mailbox with the name Harmon. A property search led them to the estate. I made a mental note to buy Alexis the biggest gift basket in existence when this was over. Her insistence on our safety protocol, which I'd often found annoying, had saved my life. There's something else, the male detective said, his voice dropping. We found a hidden room in the basement. It appears to be some kind of gallery. I closed my eyes, remembering Elise's words. You should see my gallery, Marcus. It's exquisite, unique in all the world. What was in it? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. We're still cataloging everything, he replied carefully. But it appears to be human remains, preserved body parts, displayed like artwork. Some of them seem to be quite old. I thought I might be sick. How many? Dozens, the female detective said quietly. Maybe hundreds. It will take forensics some time to determine exact numbers and sources. She said she'd been doing it for a very long time, I murmured. Mr. Reed, the male detective leaned forward, his expression grave. We believe we may be dealing with one of the most prolific serial killers in recent history. Any details you can remember, anything at all, could be crucial. I nodded, exhausted but determined to help. I spent the next several hours going over every moment of my encounter with Elise, every word she'd spoken, every nuance of her behavior. When the detectives finally left, promising to return the next day, my sister Alexis arrived. She took one look at me and burst into tears, throwing her arms around me with such force that it hurt my bruised body. I didn't care. I held her tight, overwhelmed with gratitude that I would get to see her again. I knew something was wrong, she sobbed. When you didn't text, I just knew. You saved my life, I told her, my own voice breaking. If you hadn't insisted on our check-in system. Don't, she cut me off, pulling back to look at me. Her eyes were red-rimmed but fierce. Don't think about what might have happened. You're here. You're alive. That's all that matters. But as I would soon discover, being alive was only the beginning of my ordeal. They released me from the hospital the next day. Alexis took me to her apartment, insisting I stay with her until I felt safe returning to my own place. I didn't argue. The thought of being alone terrified me. For the next week, I barely left her guest room. I slept fitfully, waking from nightmares in which Elise stood over me with gleaming instruments, explaining in her soft, reasonable voice why she needed to take pieces of me. In some dreams, she succeeded, and I would wake, clutching my tongue, my eyes, whatever part she had claimed, reassuring myself it was still there. The detectives came by twice more, with follow-up questions and updates on the investigation. The man I'd known as Thomas had survived but remained in a medically induced coma. His real identity was still unknown. Elise, or whatever her real name was, had been treated for her gunshot wound and transferred to a secure psychiatric facility pending trial. She refused to speak to investigators. The gallery contained remains from at least 47 individuals, some dating back nearly 20 years. The forensic team was working to identify victims, but many of the remains had been treated with preservatives that complicated DNA analysis. We believe she may have operated in multiple locations, the female detective told me during one visit. There are gaps in the timeline that suggest periods when she was inactive in this area. We're coordinating with other jurisdictions to look for similar cases. I nodded numbly, trying to process the scale of Elise's crimes. How many lives had she destroyed? How many families were missing loved ones because of her obsession? And why had I been chosen as her next victim? On the 10th day after my rescue, as I was finally beginning to feel something resembling normal, a package arrived at Alexis's apartment. No return address, just my name written in an elegant, flowing script that made my blood run cold. Alexis wanted to call the police immediately, but something made me hesitate. Let me see what it is first, I insisted. Are you crazy? She demanded. It could be dangerous. It could be from her. The police have her in custody, I reminded her, though the thought had occurred to me too. It's probably just something sent by a well-wisher who found my address. Right, Alexis said sarcastically, because you've been all over the news as unidentified male victim. No one knows you were involved, Marcus. She was right. The police had kept my identity confidential, referring to me in press statements only as a surviving victim. The media had dubbed Elise the Collector after details of her gallery leaked, spawning countless sensationalized stories and true crime podcasts practically overnight. Then it's probably work-related, I said, though I knew better. All my professional correspondence went through my website, not my personal address, which was actually Alexis's address, where I received mail. Before she could object further, I opened the package. Inside was a small, ornate wooden box and a handwritten note on cream-colored stationery. My dearest Marcus, by now you've seen my collection, or at least heard about it from those who lack the vision to appreciate its beauty. They call me sick, deranged, evil. They cannot understand what you and I both know, that beauty is fleeting, that perfection deserves preservation. I chose you because you are extraordinary, Marcus. Your eyes that see so clearly, your hands that give such pleasure, your tongue that speaks such pretty lies, all remarkable, all worthy of my attention. Our time together was cut short, but don't think for a moment that means you're safe. What I begin, I finish, always. Until we meet again, Elise. P.S. A token of my affection is enclosed. He would have wanted you to have it. With trembling hands, I opened the box. Inside, nestled on black velvet, was a glass sphere the size of a large marble. Suspended in clear liquid within the sphere was a human eye, bright blue, preserved like a scientific specimen. Thomas's eye. I dropped the box with a cry of revulsion. Alexis, who had been reading the note over my shoulder, snatched up her phone and called the police. They arrived within minutes, securing the package and its contents as evidence. I gave yet another statement, describing how the package had arrived and my certainty that it had come from Elise despite her incarceration. "This isn't possible," the male detective muttered, bagging the note carefully. "She's been in isolation since her arrest. No visitors, no mail, no contact with the outside world." "Then she has an accomplice," I said, voicing the fear that had been growing since I first saw the handwriting on the package. "Someone who's carrying out her instructions." The detective's expression confirmed my suspicion. "We've considered that possibility. The sophistication of her operation, the gallery, the preservation techniques, they suggest medical training, resources. It's unlikely she worked entirely alone. So whoever helped her is still out there," Alexis said, her face pale. "And they know where we live. The police arranged for patrols past the apartment and gave us emergency contact numbers, but it was clear they couldn't provide round-the-clock protection. The detective advised us to consider relocating temporarily, somewhere unexpected." That night, as Alexis and I packed essentials for an indefinite stay at a hotel under false names, I found myself unable to shake the image of Elise's serene face as they led her away from the basement. She hadn't looked defeated. She had looked patient, as if she was simply waiting for the next phase of her plan to unfold. What I begin, I finish. Always. The next 6 months passed in a blur of court proceedings, therapy sessions, and paranoid hypervigilance. I testified at Elise's preliminary hearing via video link, unable to face being in the same room with her. She represented herself, refusing legal counsel, which meant she questioned me directly, her soft voice as reasonable and cultured as I remembered, asking me to describe in detail what she had done and said. It felt like being victimized all over again. The man we had known as Thomas eventually woke from his coma. His real name was David Carter, a financial consultant who had gone missing 8 months earlier. His testimony corroborated mine. He had been drugged and abducted by Elise, who had kept him prisoner, slowly harvesting parts of him while keeping him semi-conscious with drugs. He had lost an eye, 3 fingers, and part of his liver to her collection. Despite the overwhelming evidence against her, Elise maintained her innocence throughout the proceedings, not by denying her actions, but by reframing them. "What I do is art," she told the court during one hearing, her voice passionate. "The greatest artists in history have been persecuted for their vision. Galileo, Van Gogh. My work merely continues a tradition of pushing boundaries, of seeing beauty where others see only taboo." The judge ordered a comprehensive psychiatric evaluation, which determined that while Elise understood the nature and wrongness of her actions by legal standards, she operated within an elaborate delusional framework that justified her behavior to herself. The diagnosis was a complex mix of narcissistic personality disorder, psychopathy, and what one psychiatrist termed aesthetic sadism, deriving pleasure from the removal and preservation of what she perceived as beautiful human features. Throughout it all, I tried to rebuild some semblance of normalcy. I closed my escort business. The thought of meeting strangers in private locations now filled me with unbearable anxiety. With Alexis's help, I found a small apartment in a secure building and took a job at a friend's graphic design firm, work I could mostly do from home. I changed my name, my appearance, my habits. I deleted all social media accounts and created new ones under my new identity, being careful not to post recognizable photos. I started therapy, working through the trauma with a specialist in PTSD. Slowly, gradually, I began to feel safer. Then came the letter. It arrived on an ordinary Tuesday, slipped under my apartment door sometime during the night. The handwriting on the envelope was unfamiliar, but my new name was written in the same elegant script I remembered from the package. Inside was a single sheet of paper, and a small dried flower of forget-me-not. My collection remains incomplete without you. Patient hunters always catch their prey. No signature, none needed. I called the detectives immediately. They came to take the letter, promising to check surveillance footage from my building, to have the paper and flower analyzed for DNA or fingerprints, to follow up on visitors to Elise in the psychiatric facility where she awaited trial. But we all knew it would lead nowhere. Just as the package had yielded no useful evidence, just as the investigation into potential accomplices had stalled for lack of concrete leads. Elise's words from the basement came back to me. I've been doing this for a very long time. I've perfected my techniques. How long had she been planning this? How many people were part of her network? And how could I possibly hide from someone who seemed to find me no matter where I went? The answer came to me that night, as I lay awake, jumping at every sound outside my window. I couldn't hide forever. I couldn't live the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, wondering when she or whoever worked for her would make their move. If I wanted freedom, real freedom, I had to stop running. I had to become the hunter. The psychiatric facility, where Elise was held pending trial, was a forbidding structure of gray stone and small windows, set in sprawling grounds surrounded by a high fence. Despite its clinical purpose, it resembled nothing so much as a Victorian asylum from a Gothic novel, fitting, I thought grimly, for someone like Elise. Visiting her had required weeks of negotiation through lawyers and court orders. Her doctors opposed it, arguing that contact with one of her victims could destabilize her or provide her with inappropriate gratification. My own therapist advised strongly against it, but I was adamant. I needed to look her in the eye, to understand who or what I was dealing with. Finally, they relented, with strict conditions. We would be separated by a plexiglass barrier. 2 guards would be present at all times. The conversation would be recorded and monitored. I would have a panic button to end the visit instantly if needed. I arrived early, submitting to multiple security checks before being led to a small, sterile room divided by the promised barrier. A single chair waited on my side, another on hers. I sat, hands clasped tightly in my lap to hide their trembling, and waited. She entered precisely on time, escorted by guards who secured her to the chair with restraints before taking positions by the door. She was thinner than I remembered, her silver blonde hair now cropped short, her elegant clothes replaced by a plain institutional jumpsuit. But her eyes were unchanged, clear, intelligent, focused entirely on me with that same unsettling intensity. "Marcus," she said, her voice warm, as if greeting an old friend. "How lovely to see you again. You look well." I had rehearsed what I would say 100 times, but facing her now, all my carefully prepared questions evaporated. "Why won't you leave me alone?" I asked, hating the vulnerability in my voice. She tilted her head, studying me like a curious bird. "But I have left you alone. I've been here, as you can see." She raised her restrained hands slightly, not exactly conducive to stalking. "The package," I said. "The letter. They came from you." A smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Did they? I'm flattered you think I could orchestrate such things from in here." She leaned forward, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "They watch me constantly, you know, even when I use the toilet, even when I sleep. It's quite dehumanizing." "You're not human," I said before I could stop myself. Rather than taking offense, she laughed that same tinkling sound that haunted my nightmares. "Oh, Marcus, I'm entirely human. Perhaps more human than most, because I acknowledge the darkness inside me instead of pretending it doesn't exist." I took a deep breath, trying to regain control of the conversation. "Who's helping you? Who delivered the package? The letter?" "Friends," she said simply. "I have many friends. People who understand my vision, who appreciate my work." "Your work," I repeated, disgust rising in my throat. "You mean mutilating people, killing them?" She sighed, looking disappointed. "I had hoped you, of all people, would understand. You who sell your body, who commodify your physical attributes for profit, surely you recognize the value of beauty, of physical perfection." "I never hurt anyone," Neither do I, not really, she said earnestly. I preserve, I elevate, I transform the ephemeral into the eternal. Her eyes took on a dreamy quality. Do you know what happens to beauty in the natural course of things, Marcus? It decays, it rots, it disappears. I save it from that fate by cutting people up and putting them in jars. She winced slightly at my crude phrasing. You make it sound so barbaric. It's a sophisticated process, a labor of love. Each piece carefully selected, delicately removed, artfully preserved. She leaned closer to the barrier between us. I've spent decades perfecting my techniques. The specimens in my collection will last for centuries, perhaps millennia. Long after you and I are dust, they will remain beautiful and unchanging. A chill ran through me at the casual way she discussed her victims not as people, but as raw materials for her gruesome art project. How many, I asked. How many people have you killed? She waved a dismissive hand. I don't keep count. The individual is less important than the contribution. Some provided multiple specimens, others just one perfect feature. Her gaze lingered on my face, specifically my mouth. Your tongue would have been a particularly fine addition. Such a shame we were interrupted. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to flee the room. And what about the ones who helped you? The ones who are still helping you? Are they just waiting for their turn on your table? Something flickered in her eyes, annoyance perhaps, or wariness. My associates understand the importance of the work. They are committed to seeing it continue. Even with you in here, even with your gallery dismantled, your specimens confiscated as evidence? Temporary setbacks, she said with certainty. My collection will be reconstructed. My work will continue. It has survived greater obstacles than this. I leaned forward, matching her intensity. Not if I stop it. She laughed again. But this time, it held a sharper edge. And how will you do that, Marcus? You can barely sleep through the night. You jump at shadows. You've changed your name, your home, your entire life, and still, my messages find you. She lowered her voice to a whisper. You will never be free of me. Not until you take your rightful place in my collection. You're never getting out of here, I said, with more confidence than I felt. You'll spend the rest of your life in a cell, or in a place like this. Your work is over. Do you really believe that? She asked, seeming genuinely curious. Do you think walls and guards and diagnoses can contain what I am, what I represent? She shook her head, almost pitying. I am an idea, Marcus. Ideas cannot be imprisoned. One of the guards stepped forward. Time's up. Elise straightened in her chair, composing herself like an actress preparing to exit a stage. It was lovely seeing you again, Marcus. Do visit again soon. As the guards began to unshackle her from the chair, she added, Oh, and I hope you enjoyed the forget-me-nots. They're blooming beautifully in your window box, aren't they? My blood ran cold. What did you say? But she was already being led away, offering only an enigmatic smile over her shoulder before the door closed behind her. I sat frozen in my chair, her words echoing in my head. The forget-me not in the letter had been dried, pressed. But outside my apartment window, in the small planter box I'd installed the previous month, blue forget-me-nots had indeed begun blooming flowers I hadn't planted, that hadn't been there when I moved in. Someone had been at my window. Someone had been watching me, close enough to plant flowers without my knowledge. I left the facility in a daze, barely registering the concerned questions from staff about my pale appearance. In my car, I called the detectives, relaying what Elise had said about the flowers. They promised to send someone to check my apartment, to review building security again, to follow up with the facility about her contacts and communications. But as I drove home taking a circuitous route, checking constantly for signs of being followed, I knew it wouldn't be enough. Whatever was coming, I couldn't stop it with police reports and security cameras. Elise and her associates had been operating undetected for decades. They wouldn't be caught by conventional methods. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. I needed to know more about Elise, where she came from, how she became what she was, who might be in her inner circle. And to do that, I needed to go back to the beginning. I needed to find the real Thomas Harmon. According to the public record, Thomas Harmon died 3 years ago in a boating accident off the coast of Maine. His body was never recovered, but after an extensive search, he was declared legally dead. His obituary described him as a private but brilliant investor who had built a substantial fortune through early investments in technology companies. It mentioned no wife, no children, only that he was survived by extended family. The detectives had shared this much with me during the investigation, but their focus had been on Elise and her crimes, not on a man presumed dead years before she began using his identity and property. With the case against Elise proceeding steadily toward trial, they had little reason to dig deeper into Thomas Harmon's background. But I did. I started with public records, birth certificate, education history, property records. Thomas Edward Harmon, born in Boston to wealthy parents, educated at elite private schools, then Harvard. He'd inherited substantial wealth that he parlayed into an even larger fortune through shrewd investments. He purchased the estate where I'd met Elise 15 years ago, though he apparently spent little time there, traveling frequently for business. Social media yielded almost nothing. A bare-bones LinkedIn profile last updated 7 years ago. No Facebook or Instagram accounts. In the few photos I could find from business publications or charity events, Thomas appeared as a tall, lean man with dark hair, graying at the temples, handsome in a conventional patrician way. He had a reserved smile and piercing blue eyes, eyes that reminded me unnervingly of the preserved specimen Elise had sent me. I found no mention of marriage in any records until the very end of his life. 18 months before his death, property records showed that he had added a spouse to the deed of his estate, Elise Harmon, née Elise Renard, supposedly a French citizen. But further searches for information about Elise Renard led to nothing concrete. No birth records, no education history, no employment background. It was as if she hadn't existed until she married Thomas. This pattern felt familiar from my own investigation into Hope when she'd first contacted me. A paper-thin identity that held up only to the most superficial scrutiny. Elise Renard was almost certainly another false name, another stolen identity. I needed to dig deeper. I needed to find someone who had known the real Thomas Harmon. The obituary mentioned that he had attended the funeral of his former business partner just months before his own death. I tracked down information about that partner, Richard Keller, co-founder with Thomas of an early tech investment firm called Horizon Capital. Keller had died of cancer, leaving behind a wife, 2 adult children, and a reputation for philanthropy. His widow, Patricia Keller, still lived in Boston. It took several calls and a convincing story about researching a book on early tech investors, but eventually she agreed to meet me. Patricia Keller was in her 70s but carried herself with the straight-backed posture of someone who had spent a lifetime in upper-class society. Her home in Boston's Beacon Hill neighborhood was elegant without being ostentatious, old money. Not new. She received me in a sunlit sitting room overlooking a small but meticulously maintained garden. "I must admit, Mr. Winters, I was skeptical about your request," she said, as she poured tea from a silver service. "Tom was always so private." The idea of him being featured in a book would have horrified him. She smiled sadly. "But Richard always said Tom's investment strategies were revolutionary. Perhaps it's time his contributions were recognized." I returned her smile, feeling a pang of guilt over my deception. I had introduced myself as Andrew Winters, a financial journalist researching a book on influential early tech investors. My newly dyed hair and colored contact lenses completed the disguise necessary precautions given Elise's apparent ability to track my movements. "I appreciate your time, Mrs. Keller. Thomas Harmon seems to have been a fascinating man, but there's surprisingly little information available about him." "That was deliberate on his part," she replied, handing me a delicate porcelain cup. "Tom valued his privacy above almost everything. Richard used to joke that Tom would have been happier born in an earlier century, before the internet and media intrusion." "How long did you know him?" I asked. "Oh, nearly 40 years. Richard met him at Harvard, and they started Horizon Capital together in the early 80s. Tom was a frequent guest in our home until..." She hesitated. a shadow crossing her face. Until the end, I suppose. Did you notice any changes in him before his death? Any new interests or relationships? Patricia took a thoughtful sip of her tea. There was his marriage, of course. That was unexpected. Tom had always been a bachelor, married to his work, as they say. When he suddenly announced he'd married a woman none of us had ever met, or even heard him mention, well, it raised eyebrows. Did you ever meet his wife? Once, briefly. Tom brought her to a charity gala about a year before he died. Elise, her name was. Quite beautiful, European, I believe. Much younger than Tom, which also raised eyebrows, though one couldn't blame him. Rich men often find younger companions in their later years. Her tone was carefully neutral, but I detected a hint of disapproval. What was she like? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual while my heart raced. Patricia considered the question. Charming, in a practiced sort of way. Very attentive to Tom. But there was something. I don't know how to describe it. Something cold beneath the surface. She shook her head. I'm probably being unfair. We only spoke for a few minutes. Did Thomas seem happy with her? Happy? No, not exactly. Content, perhaps. Or, she frowned, searching for the right word. Resigned? It's difficult to explain. Tom had always been reserved, but after his marriage, he became even more withdrawn. We saw less of him. When we did see him, he seemed distracted, almost absent, somehow. A chill ran through me as I remembered the vacant-eyed Thomas. I had met another of Elisa's captives, kept drugged and compliant. Mrs. Keller, did anything about Thomas's death strike you as unusual? The boating accident? She set down her cup with a sharp clink. Why do you ask that? Just trying to get a complete picture, I said, backpedaling. Sometimes, how a person's life ends provides insight into how they lived. She studied me for a long moment, then sighed. The truth is, I've always had questions about Tom's death. It was so convenient. Convenient? I echoed. For Elise, she clarified. Tom was an experienced sailor. The idea that he would go out alone in weather conditions that were predicted to worsen, it wasn't like him. And then, for his body never to be found. She shook her head. But the investigation found nothing suspicious. And what motive could there be? Tom was worth far more alive than dead, at least financially. What do you mean? The prenuptial agreement, Patricia said. Richard helped Tom draft it. Quite restrictive, as these things go. In the event of Tom's death, Elise would inherit the estate and a generous annual income. But the bulk of his fortune, the investment portfolio, the multiple properties, the art collection, would go to various charitable foundations. It was Tom's way of protecting himself, I suppose. He'd always been cautious with his wealth. I leaned forward, my interest piqued. So Elise didn't inherit as much as one might expect? No, and she wasn't happy about it, from what I heard. There was some legal wrangling after his death, but the prenup held up in court. Patricia tilted her head, studying me with sudden suspicion. Mr. Winters, your questions seem less focused on Tom's investment strategies and more on his personal life, particularly his wife. May I ask why? I hesitated, weighing how much to reveal. Patricia Keller seemed sharp and observant. Lying further might only increase her suspicion. And something told me she might be more helpful if she knew the truth, or at least part of it. Mrs. Keller, I apologize for the deception. I'm not writing a book about tech investors. I took a deep breath. I believe Thomas Harmon's wife may be involved in something illegal, potentially dangerous. I'm trying to understand who she really is and what happened to Thomas. Patricia's eyes widened, then narrowed. Are you with the police? No, I'm a private individual with a personal interest in the case. I can't say more than that right now. I held her gaze, trying to convey sincerity. But anything you can tell me about Thomas or Elise could be important. She was silent for a long moment, considering. Then she rose and walked to a writing desk in the corner of the room. She returned with a business card, which she handed to me. This is the contact information for Harrison Wells. He was Tom's personal attorney for over 20 years. If anyone knows the full details of Tom's finances, his marriage, and the circumstances of his death, it would be Harrison. She paused, then added, "I'll call him to let him know you might reach out. But I make no promises about how receptive he'll be." I took the card gratefully. "Thank you, Mrs. Keller. I appreciate your help more than you know." As I stood to leave, she placed a hand on my arm, her expression grave. "Mr. Winters, or whatever your name really is, be careful. If your suspicions about Elise are correct, well, Tom was a shrewd, cautious man, and somehow she managed to get past all his defenses." Her words followed me like a shadow as I left her elegant home and made my way back to my hotel. Thomas Harmon had been wealthy, powerful, and by all accounts intelligent, yet Elise had still marked him as a target and somehow gained his trust, perhaps even keeping him captive in his own home before staging his accidental death. What chance did I have against someone that methodical, that patient? As I walked, I felt eyes on me, that prickling sensation at the back of the neck that instinct recognizes as danger. I took a meandering route back to my hotel, doubling back several times, ducking into shops and out through rear exits. I saw no one following me, but the feeling persisted. Patient hunters always catch their prey. I quickened my pace, suddenly eager for the relative safety of my hotel room with its double-locked door and security chain. But as I rounded the corner to the hotel entrance, I stopped short. A woman stood on the sidewalk outside, her back to me, seemingly engrossed in her phone. She wore a simple gray coat, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. There was nothing overtly suspicious about her presence, but something in her posture, the artificial casualness of it, set off warning bells. I retreated around the corner before she could turn and see me. My heart hammered in my chest as I considered my options. I couldn't return to the hotel, not if someone was watching it. I needed another plan. I hailed a taxi and directed the driver to take me to a shopping mall on the other side of the city. I spent the next several hours moving from place to place, a coffee shop, a movie theater, another hotel where I sat in the lobby, pretending to read a newspaper. All the while, I kept watch for the woman in the gray coat or anyone else who might be following me. As evening fell, I made a decision. I couldn't keep running forever. I needed to press forward with my investigation, and that meant contacting Harrison Wells, Thomas Harmon's attorney. I found a small hotel in a different part of the city and checked in under another false name, paying cash. In my room, I used a burner phone to call the number on the business card Patricia Keller had given me. A receptionist answered, informing me that Mr. Wells had left for the day but would be in the office tomorrow. I left a message saying I would come by in the morning, giving the name Andrew Winters. Then I turned off the phone, removed its battery, and tried to get some sleep. I didn't succeed. Every sound in the hallway, every creak of the building had me sitting bolt upright, heart racing. I kept the lights on and sat in a chair, positioned to see both the door and the window, a heavy lamp in my hand as an improvised weapon. Morning couldn't come fast enough. The offices of Wells, Donovan Associates occupied the 15th floor of a glass and steel tower in Boston's financial district. The reception area was tastefully bland, neutral colors, abstract art, discreet displays of awards and credentials. The young woman at the front desk directed me to a waiting area where I sat rigid with tension, scanning every person who entered or exited. After 20 minutes, a door opened, and a man in his 60s emerged. Harrison Wells was tall and lean, with a full head of silver hair and the polished appearance of someone accustomed to dealing with wealth. He approached with an outstretched hand and a professionally pleasant smile. "Mr. Winters? Harrison Wells. Patricia mentioned you might be calling. Please, come through to my office." I followed him down a hallway to a corner office with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the harbor. He gestured to a chair across from his desk and sat down, folding his hands in front of him. "Patricia was somewhat vague about the nature of your interest in Thomas Harmon," he said, studying me with shrewd eyes. "Perhaps you could clarify?" I had prepared for this moment, crafting a story that revealed enough truth to be convincing without exposing the full extent of my involvement with Elise. "Mr. Wells, I believe Thomas Harmon's wife may be involved in criminal activity," I began. "I'm working with investigators looking into several deaths possibly connected to her." We have reason to believe that Thomas himself may have been a victim rather than dying accidentally as reported. Wells's expression remained carefully neutral, but I noticed his posture stiffened slightly. That's a serious allegation, Mr. Winters. May I ask what evidence you have to support it? I can't discuss specifics of an ongoing investigation, I said, falling back on detective shows I'd watched. But we know that the woman calling herself Elise Harmon has used multiple identities and may be linked to the disappearances of several individuals over the past 2 decades. Wells leaned back in his chair, his gaze never leaving my face. And your official capacity in this investigation is? I'm a consultant with specialized knowledge of the suspect and her methods, I replied, which was technically true, if deliberately misleading. He nodded slowly, then stood and walked to the window, looking out over the harbor where, presumably, Thomas Harmon had supposedly died. After a long moment, he spoke without turning around. I've wondered about Thomas's death for 3 years now. Not openly, there was never enough to justify official suspicion, but I knew Thomas for over 20 years. He was methodical, cautious, especially on the water. He turned back to face me. When the Coast Guard reported his boat was found empty, his life jacket unused, it never felt right. Did you ever express these concerns to the authorities? What would I have said? That it seemed out of character? That I didn't trust his wife? Wells shook his head. I had no evidence, only instinct, and Elise played the grieving widow convincingly. Tell me about their relationship, I said. How did they meet? How long were they together before marrying? Wells returned to his desk and pressed an intercom button. Helen, please hold my calls for the next hour. He released the button and looked at me solemnly. What I'm about to share with you includes privileged information that I would normally never discuss. But if what you're suggesting is true, if Thomas was murdered, then perhaps I've been overly cautious with client confidentiality. He opened a drawer and removed a thick file folder. Thomas first mentioned Elise approximately 2 years before his death. He had met her at a gallery opening in New York. She was supposedly a curator specializing in anatomical art. Anatomical art? I echoed, a chill running through me. Yes, historical medical illustrations, preserved specimens, that sort of thing. Rather macabre, but apparently quite valuable in certain collecting circles. Wells frowned. Thomas had always been interested in unusual art forms. He had an extensive collection of various, unconventional pieces. The pieces of Elisa's story were starting to fit together. She had used Thomas's interest in her twisted form of art as a way to get close to him. How quickly did their relationship progress? I asked. Very quickly, which was unusual for Thomas. Within 6 months, he had asked me to draft a prenuptial agreement. They were married in a private ceremony shortly thereafter. Wells tapped the file thoughtfully. I advised against such haste, but Thomas seemed, I don't know how to describe it. Enthralled, perhaps. Obsessed, even. Did you ever suspect she was manipulating him in some way? Drugs, perhaps? Wells raised an eyebrow. That's quite a specific question. But yes, I did wonder. In the months after the marriage, Thomas changed. He became withdrawn, less engaged in his business affairs. When I saw him in person, which became increasingly rare, he seemed diminished somehow. I assumed it was merely an unhappy marriage, that he regretted his impulsivity. And after his death, what happened to his estate? As per the prenuptial agreement, Elise inherited the main residence and a trust that provided a substantial annual income. The bulk of his wealth, approximately $80 million, went to various charitable foundations. Wells opened the file and scanned a document. Elise contested the will, claiming Thomas had intended to change it before his death, but she had no evidence, and the case was dismissed. Did you handle the probate yourself? Yes, and I took particular care to ensure everything was properly executed, given my concerns about Mrs. Harmon. His mouth tightened. She was quite hostile during the proceedings, made veiled threats, implied I might regret being so rigid about Thomas's wishes. I leaned forward. Did you ever see her again after the estate was settled? No. Once the legal matters were concluded, she seemed to withdraw from Boston society entirely. I heard rumors that she spent most of her time at the estate, rarely receiving visitors. He hesitated, then added, "There was one strange incident about a year after Thomas's death. I received a package at this office, no return address, delivered by courier. Inside was an antique pen that had belonged to Thomas. He'd used it to sign all important documents. I'd always admired it, and he'd joked about leaving it to me in his will." "Just the pen?" I asked, sensing there was more to the story. Wells swallowed visibly. "There was a note. It said he would have wanted you to have this. What remains of him is beautifully preserved." I assumed it was Elise's idea of a peace offering, though it felt unsettling. My skin crawled as I imagined what remains of Thomas might be in Elise's collection. Had she sent Wells a seemingly innocuous gift that was actually macabre in ways he couldn't comprehend? "Mr. Wells, do you have any records of Thomas's activities in the months before his death? Phone records, travel itineraries, anything that might indicate where he went or who he met?" He thought for a moment. "As his attorney, I wouldn't have such detailed personal records. However," he trailed off, considering something. "Thomas did ask me to arrange a rather unusual transaction about a month before he died. He wanted to purchase a property in complete secrecy. Not even his wife was to know about it." My pulse quickened. "Did the purchase go through?" "Yes, a small house on the coast of Maine, about an hour's drive from the location where his boat was found." Wells frowned. It was odd at the time Thomas already owned several properties, including a larger vacation home in the same area. When I asked why he needed another house, he said something vague about needing a private workspace. "Do you have the address of this house?" Wells hesitated, then nodded. "I believe I'm still the legal owner of record, actually. Thomas set up a shell company to make the purchase, with me as the nominal director. After his death, with no instructions regarding the property, I simply left the arrangement in place. The house has remained empty, as far as I know." He wrote an address on a slip of paper and slid it across the desk to me. "Mr. Winters, if Thomas was indeed murdered, I want those responsible to face justice. But I should warn you, Elise Harmon struck me as a dangerous woman. Whatever you're investigating, proceed with caution." I pocketed the address, thanking Wells for his time and information. As I stood to leave, a thought occurred to me. "One last question, Mr. Wells. Did Thomas ever mention any medical issues? Any reason he might have been taking medication regularly?" Wells's brow furrowed. "Not that I recall. Thomas was in excellent health for his age. He was fanatical about fitness, never smoked, barely drank." "Why do you ask?" "Just covering all possibilities," I replied, though in truth, I was thinking of the drugged state of the false Thomas I had met, wondering if Elise had been perfecting her techniques of chemical control on the real Thomas before his death. As I left the office building and stepped onto the crowded sidewalk, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The secluded house in Maine might hold answers, or it might be a trap. Either way, it was my best lead. I hailed a taxi, directing the driver to take me to a car rental agency. I paid cash for a modest sedan under yet another false name, using a fake ID I'd acquired for emergencies during my days as an escort. Old habits of caution were serving me well in my new life as a hunter. As I drove north toward Maine, I kept checking the rearview mirror, taking random exits, and doubling back to ensure I wasn't being followed. The highways eventually gave way to coastal roads that wound through small towns and stretches of dense forest. The further north I drove, the more isolated the landscape became. By late afternoon, I was nearing my destination. The address Wells had given me led to a narrow gravel road that curved through pine trees before ending at a small, weathered Cape Cod-style house perched on a rocky bluff overlooking the Atlantic. The property was surrounded by woods on 3 sides, with no neighbors visible in any direction. I parked some distance away and approached on foot, moving cautiously through the trees. The house appeared abandoned, windows dusty, fallen leaves piled on the porch. No sign of recent activity. Still, I circled the perimeter twice before approaching the front door, scanning for security cameras or alarm systems. I saw none. The door was locked, but a window at the back of the house had a broken latch. I slipped inside, finding myself in a small kitchen. The interior was sparsely furnished, but clean, no dust, no cobwebs, despite the apparently abandoned exterior. Someone had been maintaining this place. I moved through the house room by room, feeling increasingly uneasy. The living room contained only basic furniture. A bedroom held a neatly made bed with hospital-grade linens. The bathroom cabinet contained an array of prescription medications, many of the same drugs found in Elise's basement laboratory, used to keep her victims compliant. But it was the basement that confirmed my suspicions. Unlike the modest rooms above, the basement had been extensively renovated. The walls were lined with soundproofing material. A central area contained a medical examination table, complete with restraints. Shelves held glass containers, surgical instruments, and preservation chemicals. In one corner stood a large freezer, humming quietly. I approached it with dread, knowing what I might find but unable to turn away. Inside, sealed in vacuum-packed containers, were human organs, kidneys, livers, what appeared to be sections of intestine. Each container was meticulously labeled with dates and identifying codes. This wasn't just a workshop or a holding facility. This was where Elise had perfected her techniques, where she had perhaps kept the real Thomas Harmon during his final days before staging his accidental death. And judging by the pristine condition of the equipment and the functioning freezer, it was still in use. I needed to document everything, to bring evidence back to the detectives investigating Elise. I pulled out my phone and began taking photographs, working methodically through the basement laboratory. As I photographed a shelf of chemicals, I noticed a leather-bound book partially hidden behind some containers. I pulled it out carefully, using my sleeve to avoid leaving fingerprints. It was a journal, the pages filled with elegant handwriting that I recognized as Elise's. I opened to a random entry. October 12. Subject continues to resist the new dosage protocol. Increased agitation, requiring additional sedation. This delays the extraction timeline, but quality must not be compromised. The eyes remain the priority objective. Such extraordinary color, such depth. They will be the centerpiece of the new display. I flipped through more pages, my horror growing. The journal documented procedures performed on multiple subjects over several years, including detailed notes on sedation methods, tissue preservation techniques, and extraction protocols. Many entries mentioned Thomas by name, describing his deteriorating condition as Elise systematically harvested organs from him while keeping him alive. The final entry regarding Thomas was dated 3 days before his reported boating accident. March 18. Thomas extraction series complete. All priority specimens successfully preserved. Subject condition no longer sustainable. Disposal protocol to commence as planned. The main property has served its purpose admirably, remote, secure, with direct water access. The foundation for greater work has been laid. I felt physically ill, imagining what Thomas Harmon had endured in this house, drugged, imprisoned, systematically dismembered by the woman he had married. And he was just one of many victims documented in the journal. I was so absorbed in the horrific account that I almost missed the sound, a car engine approaching on the gravel road. I froze, straining to listen. The engine cut off, car doors opened and closed. Footsteps on gravel, then on the wooden porch steps. I shoved the journal into my jacket pocket and looked frantically for an exit. The basement had no windows, no external door, just the stairs leading back up to the main floor, where someone was now inserting a key in the front door. I turned off the basement light and pressed myself into a dark corner behind some shelving, praying whoever had arrived wouldn't need to come downstairs. The front door opened. Footsteps moved across the floor above me. Then a woman's voice, not Elise's, but similarly cultured and precise. Check the lower level. We need to prepare everything before bringing in the subject. My blood ran cold as I heard footsteps approach the basement door. The light switched on, and a man descended the stairs, tall, methodical in his movements, wearing surgical gloves and carrying a large case. He moved to the central table and began unpacking instruments, laying them out in precise arrangement. I remained motionless in my corner, barely breathing. The man worked silently, his back to me, focused entirely on his task. From upstairs came the sound of more movement, at least one other person, possibly more. I needed to escape, but how? The only exit was up the stairs, past the man at the table, through the main floor where others were moving about. I was trapped. The man finished arranging his instruments and moved to the freezer, opening it to inventory the contents. As he did so, his body briefly blocked the view from the stairs. It was now or never. I lunged from my hiding place, aiming for the stairs. I had covered half the distance when the man turned, alerted by my movement. Our eyes met for a split second, his widening in surprise, mine in desperate determination. He shouted and reached for me, but I was already past him, taking the stairs 2 at a time. At the top, I collided with a woman, the one who had spoken earlier. She was slim, elegant, with the same cold eyes as Elise. I shoved her aside with all my strength, sending her crashing into a wall. Another figure appeared in the hallway, a second man, larger than the first. I feinted left, then darted right, slipping past him into the living room. The front door was just ahead, still standing open. I sprinted for it, hearing shouts and footsteps behind me. I burst outside, racing for the woods where I'd left my rental car. Behind me, I heard a car engine start. They were pursuing by vehicle. I cut deeper into the trees, using the dense forest to my advantage, moving as quickly and quietly as I could through underbrush and overfallen logs. When I reached my car, I didn't immediately drive away. That would have meant returning to the main road, where they could easily intercept me. Instead, I crouched beside it, listening. The sound of their vehicle had stopped. They must have realized I'd gone into the woods and were now searching on foot. I had one advantage. They didn't know exactly where my car was parked. If I could circle around through the forest, emerge on the road beyond their position, and drive away before they realized what had happened, I might escape. Taking a deep breath, I began moving parallel to the road, staying within the tree line, watching for any sign of my pursuers. After about half a mile, I spotted a break in the trees that would allow me to reach the road. I made a dash for it, slipping and sliding down a slight embankment. Just as I reached the pavement, a vehicle rounded the curve ahead, the same one I had heard at the house. I threw myself back into the underbrush as it passed, the occupants scanning the roadside intently. Once it disappeared around the next bend, I ran back to my car, started the engine, and drove in the opposite direction, taking a different route than the one I'd used to arrive. My hand shook on the steering wheel as I navigated the winding coastal roads, expecting at any moment to see headlights gaining on me in the rearview mirror. But after an hour of driving, taking random turns and backtracking several times, I began to believe I had actually escaped. I checked into a motel in a small coastal town under yet another false name, paid cash, and locked myself in the room with a chair wedged under the doorknob for extra security. Only then did I take out the journal I had stolen from the basement. I spent hours reading it, documenting its contents with photographs sent to a secure email account, my horror growing with each page. The journal spanned 5 years and detailed dozens of victims, their acquisition, their processing, the specific features Elise had targeted for her collection. Some names I recognized from missing persons cases mentioned in the news. Others were identified only by initials or descriptions. The journal also referenced associates and apprentices, people Elise had apparently recruited to assist in her gruesome work. Some entries mentioned a succession plan and continuing the collection in the event of Elise's incapacitation. She had created a network, trained others in her methods, ensured her work would continue even if she were caught. The people at the house in Maine weren't just random accomplices, they were Elise's disciples, carrying on her work while she awaited trial. And based on what I'd overheard, they were preparing for a new subject, another victim. I needed to get this information to the detectives investigating Elise's case. But how? If I approached them directly, I would be exposing myself not just to legal questions about breaking into the Maine property, but to Elise's network, who might have contacts within law enforcement. As I pondered this problem, my phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. My heart nearly stopped when I read it. Basement visits are rude without an invitation. The collection welcomes your contribution soon. They knew who I was. They knew I had been in the basement, and they were coming for me. I abandoned the motel room immediately, leaving most of my belongings behind. I drove through the night, stopping only to switch vehicles at another rental agency several towns away. I paid for a week in advance at a different motel, then never checked in, sleeping instead in the car parked behind an abandoned building. The next morning, I mailed copies of the journal pages and my photographs to the detectives investigating Elise's case, using a public mailbox and wearing gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints. I included a note explaining what I had found and where, but did not sign it or include any identifying information. Then I drove to the nearest police station. I couldn't trust that my mailed evidence would reach the right people in time to prevent another abduction. I couldn't risk that Elise's network might intercept it or delay its processing. I needed to act immediately, to tell someone in authority what I had discovered. At the police station, I asked to speak with a detective about a potential kidnapping. I gave a false name, but told the truth about everything else: the house in Maine, the laboratory in the basement, the people I had seen preparing it for a new victim. I didn't mention Elise or my connection to her previous crimes, presenting my discovery as a chance observation while hiking in the area. The officers were skeptical at first, but something in my manner, the genuine terror, perhaps convinced them to take me seriously. They contacted the county sheriff's department with jurisdiction over the Maine property, requesting an immediate welfare check. I waited in the station, drinking bad coffee and jumping at every sound, as the local officers coordinated with their Maine counterparts. Hours passed. Finally, a sergeant approached me. "We just got word back from the sheriff's department," he said, his expression grim. "They found the house you described. No one was there, but they discovered equipment consistent with your report: medical supplies, restraints, what appears to be blood evidence. They're securing the scene now and bringing in state police to assist." Relief washed over me. "Thank you," I said, my voice cracking. "Thank you for believing me." The sergeant studied me thoughtfully. They also found signs of recent activity food in the refrigerator, fresh tire tracks. "Whoever was using that place left in a hurry, probably after your visit." He paused. "You sure you don't want to tell me how you really came to be inside that house, or why you were there?" I shook my head. "I told you everything I can." He didn't look convinced, but he didn't press further. "We'll need you to make a formal statement. And you should know, once the investigation progresses, you'll likely be asked to testify about what you saw." "I understand." I had no intention of being available to testify, but I nodded agreement anyway. After giving my statement, carefully edited to protect my identity while providing all relevant details about the house and its contents, I was free to go. The sergeant gave me his card, asking me to stay in the area in case they had follow-up questions. I promised I would, another lie in a growing collection. As I walked back to my car, I felt eyes on me again, that same prickling sensation at the back of my neck. I scanned the street, the buildings, the parked cars. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the feeling persisted. I drove away from the police station, making a series of random turns to detect any followers. At one intersection, waiting for a light to change, I glanced at the car beside me. The driver was looking straight ahead, apparently oblivious to my presence. But in the back seat, a woman sat perfectly still, her gaze fixed on me. She wore a surgical mask common enough in public spaces these days, but her eyes were unnervingly familiar in their cold intensity. The light changed. I accelerated hard, cutting across lanes, ignoring angry honks from other drivers. In my rearview mirror, I saw the other car attempting to follow, but traffic separated us. I took advantage of the momentary lead to turn down a side street, then another, winding through residential neighborhoods until I was confident I had lost them. But I hadn't lost the certainty that Elise's network was closing in on me. The text message, the woman in the car, they were sending a clear message. They knew who I was, and they were watching. I needed a new plan. Going to the police had been necessary to stop an immediate abduction, but it had also exposed me. I couldn't keep running forever. I couldn't hide indefinitely. Sooner or later, they would find me. Unless I found them first. All of them. The trial of Elise Harmon, now identified through DNA analysis as Elena Kostova, a Bulgarian national who had disappeared from medical school 25 years earlier, began 6 months after my discovery of the main property. The evidence I had anonymously provided, combined with what investigators found at the house, had expanded the case significantly. Prosecutors now believed Elise or Elena was responsible for at least 60 deaths over a 20-year period, operating across multiple states and possibly internationally. The collection recovered from her basement gallery contained remains from victims dating back decades, some still unidentified. The case had become one of the most sensational serial killer trials in recent history. I followed the proceedings from a distance, both geographically and emotionally. I had moved again, this time to a small town in the Pacific Northwest, where I lived under yet another new identity. I worked remotely as a graphic designer, minimizing contact with others, always vigilant. The investigation into Elise's network was ongoing, with several arrests made after the raid on the main property. But I knew there were others still out there, the woman I had seen in the car, perhaps others I had never encountered. Elise had been methodical in everything. She would have ensured her work could continue without her. On the third day of trial testimony, I received another text from an unknown number. "The collection misses you, Marcus. Don't worry, we'll be reunited soon." I changed my phone number that day, but the message had achieved its purpose, reminding me that I was still being hunted, that they still knew how to find me. 2 weeks later, the prosecution called David Carter to testify, the man I had known as Thomas, one of the few surviving victims. I watched a live stream of his testimony from my laptop, seeing him in person for the first time since that night in the basement. He walked with a cane now, his face bearing scars from where his eye had been removed. But he stood straight as he described his captivity, his voice steady as he identified Elise in the courtroom. "She kept me drugged," he testified. "Sometimes more, sometimes less. She wanted me aware enough to understand what was happening, but not enough to resist. She said it was important that I appreciate the honor of contributing to her collection." The prosecutor guided him through his ordeal, his abduction, the months of captivity, the gradual harvesting of parts. David described how Elise would tell him exactly what she planned to take next, would show him each removed part preserved in its container before adding it to her gallery. "She said I should be proud," he recounted, his voice finally breaking, "that parts of me would live forever, perfect and unchanging, that I was helping create something beautiful." The courtroom was silent when he finished speaking. Even the defense attorney seemed shaken, declining to cross-examine the witness. As David was helped from the stand, he paused and looked directly into the camera broadcasting the proceedings. For a moment, it felt as if he was looking right at me through the screen. His remaining eye held a message I couldn't decipher. Warning? Recognition? A shared trauma that only another survivor could understand? The next day, I received a package at my address, an address no one should have known. Inside was a small glass sphere containing what appeared to be a preserved human finger. A note accompanied it. "David sends his regards. Your contribution to the collection will be more significant than his. It's only a matter of time." I destroyed the sphere and burned the note. Then I packed a single bag and left town, abandoning everything else. I drove for 2 days straight, sleeping in the car at rest stops, paying cash for gas, avoiding security cameras. I ended up in a coastal town in Oregon, where I rented a cabin on the edge of a national forest, miles from the nearest neighbor. It was there, isolated and desperate, that I decided to stop running and start fighting back. I began by gathering everything I knew about Elise and her network. I created a timeline of her activities, mapped locations of known properties and suspected abduction sites, compiled descriptions of everyone I had seen or heard about who might be connected to her. I built a wall of information in my cabin, connecting threads between names, places, dates, searching for patterns, for vulnerabilities. The trial continued, providing new information almost daily. Forensic experts testified about the preservation techniques used on the specimens in Elise's gallery, noting their sophisticated nature and medical precision. Financial investigators tracked shell companies and property holdings linked to Elise, revealing a complex network of assets beyond what Thomas Harmon had left her. Former acquaintances described her charismatic but controlling personality, her ability to inspire devotion in those she chose to bring into her confidence. And throughout it all, Elise herself sat calmly in the courtroom, occasionally smiling at particularly gruesome testimony, as if pleased by the acknowledgement of her work's technical brilliance. She took the stand in her own defense against her court-appointed attorney's advice. For 3 days, she spoke eloquently about her art, her vision, her contribution to the preservation of human beauty. She admitted to killing Thomas Harmon and others, but rejected the characterization of her actions as murder. "I transformed them," she insisted. "I elevated them from temporary, decaying flesh to eternal art. They live forever in my collection, perfect and unchanging. What greater gift could anyone receive?" When asked about accomplices, she smiled serenely. "I work alone," she claimed, despite evidence to the contrary. "The collection is my vision alone." But I knew better, and as I watched her performance, something clicked into place, a realization so obvious I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it before. Elise wasn't protecting her network out of loyalty. She was protecting her legacy. The apprentices weren't just assistants. They were her chosen successors, trained to continue her work after she was gone. The collection wasn't just a gallery of preserved body parts. It was a monument meant to outlive her, to be maintained and expanded by those who shared her vision. Which meant there had to be a central location, a new gallery, to replace the one seized from her basement, a place where her successors would continue her work, preserving her collection and adding to it. Finding that place became my obsession. I traced property records connected to all known aliases of Elise, to the shell companies identified by investigators, to names mentioned in her journal. Most led nowhere, properties sold or abandoned, companies dissolved. But one property caught my attention. A former medical research facility in rural New Hampshire, purchased 3 years earlier by a corporation owned by another corporation owned by yet another corporation. The ownership trail deliberately obscured, but ultimately leading back to funds from Thomas Harmon's estate. The facility had officially been closed for renovations shortly after purchase. Building permits had been filed for extensive interior modifications, including enhanced security, specialized ventilation systems, and what was described as climate-controlled storage areas, the kind of modifications that would be perfect for housing a collection of preserved human remains. It was a tenuous lead, but it was all I had. I spent weeks observing the facility from a distance, noting patterns of deliveries, staff movements, security measures. The building appeared to be operational despite its official closed for renovation status. Vehicles came and went at irregular hours. Lights moved through the building at night. But from my observation point, I couldn't see enough to confirm my suspicions. I needed to get inside, but how? The facility was surrounded by fencing, monitored by security cameras, accessed only by keycard. A frontal approach would be suicide. The answer came in the form of a job listing. Maintenance worker needed for medical research facility. Night shift. The posting included the address of the building I'd been watching. It was a trap, it had to be. No legitimate facility would hire without thorough background checks, especially not a place with that level of security. It was too perfect, too convenient, which made it perfect for my purposes. I applied using one of my false identities, submitting a resume that emphasized maintenance experience while being vague enough about specifics to avoid easy verification. I doctored references, created a digital footprint to support my fictional work history, and prepared a cover story that would explain any gaps or inconsistencies. To my surprise, I was called for an interview within days. The hiring manager, a woman with the same clinical precision in her movements that I remembered from Elise, asked few questions about my background and seemed more interested in my ability to work alone, to maintain confidentiality, and to appreciate the sensitive nature of the facility's operations. "What exactly does the facility do?" I asked, playing the role of a curious but not overly inquisitive applicant. "Specialized preservation," she replied with a thin smile, "of biological materials. The details are confidential. but your work would primarily involve maintaining environmental systems, temperature control, humidity regulation, that sort of thing. I nodded as if this explanation satisfied me. I'm comfortable with that. I've worked in sensitive environments before. She studied me for a moment, then said, "We have some unusual requirements for staff. Limited interaction with others. No personal electronic devices in the facility. Regular health screenings. Some might find these restrictions challenging." "I prefer to work alone," I assured her, "and I have no issue with security protocols." She seemed pleased with my response. "One final question, Mr. Gray. What is your relationship with beauty? Do you consider yourself someone who appreciates the preservation of beautiful things?" The question sent a chill through me. It was too specific, too reminiscent of Elise's rhetoric about preserving beauty. Was this a test? A way to identify potential apprentices versus mere employees? Or had they somehow recognized me despite my disguise? I forced a thoughtful expression. "I believe beautiful things should be preserved," I said carefully. "But beauty is subjective, isn't it? What one person finds beautiful, another might not appreciate." She smiled, apparently satisfied with my answer. "Indeed, context is everything in appreciation. You'll start Monday night, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Someone will meet you at the service entrance to process your credentials." As I left the interview, my pulse racing, I knew I was walking into danger. They might already know who I was. This might be an elaborate trap designed to lure me in. But it was also my only chance to find concrete evidence of Elise's network, to identify all involved, and to end this nightmare once and for all. I spent the weekend preparing. I purchased a miniature camera disguised as a button, small enough to avoid detection during a cursory search. I mapped out every possible exit from the facility based on public building records. I left detailed information about my investigation in a sealed envelope with instructions for it to be opened and sent to the detectives handling Elise's case if I didn't check in within 72 hours. On Monday night, I arrived at the service entrance precisely at 10. A security guard met me, checked my ID, and handed me a uniform and keycard. "Fifth floor maintenance only," he informed me. "If you need access to other areas, call the supervisor. Don't wander." The restriction to the 5th floor immediately piqued my interest. What was on the other floors that they didn't want a maintenance worker to see? The guard led me through a series of security doors, each requiring his key card, until we reached an elevator. "This will take you directly to 5, he said. "Your card won't work anywhere else. At the end of your shift, return here. Someone will escort you out." The elevator had no buttons inside, only a card reader. When the guard swiped his card, it began to ascend automatically. He didn't join me. The 5th floor was sterile and institutional white walls, fluorescent lighting, the faint smell of antiseptic, a central corridor stretched in both directions, with doors spaced at regular intervals. Each door had a small window and a card reader. A woman in a lab coat approached from one end of the hall. "Mr. Gray, I'm Dr. Levine, night supervisor. I'll show you the environmental controls you'll be monitoring." She led me to a room filled with gauges, readouts, and control panels. "Our specimens require precise temperature and humidity," she explained. "Your job is to monitor these systems and respond to any alarms or fluctuations. The computer will alert you if parameters fall outside acceptable ranges." "What kind of specimens?" I asked, feigning casual interest. Dr. Levine gave me a measuring look. "Biological materials requiring specialized preservation. That's all you need to know to perform your duties." She handed me a manual. "Instructions for basic troubleshooting are in here. For anything beyond minor adjustments, call me immediately. Do not attempt to fix major systems yourself." She showed me a small break room with a coffee maker and microwave, then a maintenance closet containing cleaning supplies and basic tools. "You'll make hourly rounds to check each environmental unit visually. The rest of the time, stay in the monitoring room. Any questions?" I shook my head, playing the part of the unquestioning employee. "Good. I'll be in room 512 if you need me." She pointed down the hall. "Start your first round in 15 minutes. After she left, I familiarized myself with the monitoring system's fairly straightforward temperature and humidity controls for what appeared to be multiple sealed rooms on the 5th floor. But the control panel also showed readings for floors 1 through 4, though I had no access to those levels. When I began my first round, I activated the hidden camera in my uniform button. Each room I checked contained what looked like specialized storage units, glass-fronted cabinets with internal climate controls, reminiscent of museum display cases. Most were empty, but a few contained what appeared to be anatomical specimens organs, tissue samples, preserved in clear solution. It was disturbing but not conclusive. Many legitimate medical facilities maintained such specimens for research or educational purposes. As I completed my round, I noticed one door, room 520, had no window, unlike the others. My keycard wouldn't open it. When I returned to the monitoring room, I checked the control panel and saw that room 520 had its own separate environmental system, maintaining a lower temperature than the other rooms. For the next several hours, I performed my rounds as instructed, noting cameras in the hallways, memorizing their blind spots. I studied the control systems, identifying which parameters could be safely adjusted without triggering alarms. I was formulating a plan to access room 520 when an alert sounded on the main console. A temperature fluctuation in room 503. According to the manual, this required a physical check of the environmental unit. When I entered the room, I found one of the glass cabinets showing elevated internal temperature. Following the troubleshooting guide, I opened the cabinet's control panel and reset the system. As I waited for the temperature to stabilize, I examined the specimens inside what appeared to be preserved human eyes, each suspended in clear fluid within small glass spheres. Unlike standard medical specimens, these were artfully arranged, displayed like precious jewels rather than biological materials. I felt a surge of certainty these were part of Elisa's collection, rescued from her basement gallery before the police raid, which meant this facility wasn't just storing medical specimens, it was housing her macabre art, maintaining it exactly as she would have wanted. I needed to see room 520. When Dr. Levine made her midnight check-in, I reported the temperature fluctuation as resolved. Everything else seems to be running normally, I added, though I noticed room 520 has a separate system. Is there anything special I should know about monitoring it? A flash of suspicion crossed her face. Room 520 is restricted. It has its own maintenance protocols, handled by specialized staff. I see. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing part of my responsibilities. Her expression softened slightly. Your diligence is appreciated, Mr. Gray, but focus on the areas you've been assigned. After she left, I continued my rounds, now watching for an opportunity to access the restricted room. During my 2 a.m. check, I noticed an important detail when Dr. Levine entered room 512. She used a different keycard than the one issued to staff. It was slightly larger, with a red stripe instead of blue. I needed that keycard. At 3 a.m., I deliberately triggered a minor temperature fluctuation in room 505, adjacent to Dr. Levine's office. When the alert sounded, I called her as instructed. The system's showing elevated humidity in 505, I reported. I've tried the basic reset procedure, but it's not responding. She sighed audibly. I'll come look at it. Wait there. When she arrived, I stood aside as she examined the control panel. See here? She said, pointing to a sequence of buttons. You need to enter the override code first, then reset. She demonstrated the procedure. As she worked, I deliberately bumped against her, apologizing profusely for my clumsiness. In that brief contact, I managed to slip her keycard from her lab coat pocket, replacing it with my own blue-striped card. The cards looked similar enough that she might not notice the swap immediately, but I knew I would have limited time. Sorry about that, I said, feigning embarrassment. Tight space in here. She barely acknowledged my apology, focused on the control panel. There, that should stabilize it. Monitor for the next 30 minutes to confirm. I nodded, already calculating how much time I had before she discovered the missing card. Once she returned to her office, I waited 15 minutes, then headed toward room 520, staying in the camera blind spots I'd identified earlier. The red-striped keycard worked. The door opened with a soft hiss, revealing a room unlike the others. Instead of clinical white walls and fluorescent lighting, this space was designed like a gallery-soft recessed lighting. Dark walls, glass display cases arranged in a circular pattern around a central pedestal. Inside each case was a preserved human body part: eyes, tongues, hands, ears, each displayed like a priceless artifact, illuminated to highlight its beauty. Small plaques identified the origin of each specimen, with dates and cryptic codes rather than names. But it was the central pedestal that confirmed my worst fears. On it sat a glass case containing a preserved human face removed intact from the skull, expressions frozen in what appeared to be mid-screen. The plaque identified it as TH, Complete Facial Specimen, the first masterpiece. Thomas Harmon, the real Thomas Harmon, whose identity Elise had stolen after harvesting his face. I photographed everything, moving methodically around the room, documenting each display case, each specimen, each identifying plaque. This was the evidence I needed, proof that Elise's network was still active, still maintaining her collection, still dedicated to her twisted vision. As I completed my documentation, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the soft electronic beep of a keycard being swiped at the door. I had lingered too long. Dr. Levine had discovered the switch. I looked frantically for somewhere to hide, but the room was designed for visibility, for displaying its grotesque contents. There was nowhere to conceal myself among the pristine glass cases. The door began to open. In desperation, I pressed myself against the wall behind it, hoping to slip out when whoever was entering moved further into the room. Dr. Levine stepped in, another woman close behind her. "I'm telling you, someone took my restricted access card," she was saying. "We need to check the gallery immediately." The second woman, older, with steel gray hair and the same cold, focused eyes I had come to associate with Elise's disciples, surveyed the room. "Everything appears undisturbed. We should check the surveillance footage," Dr. Levine insisted. "If the new maintenance worker is responsible—" "The new worker?" The older woman's voice sharpened. "The one you just hired? Without consulting me?" His credentials checked out, and he answered the beauty question correctly. The older woman made a disgusted sound. "Credentials can be falsified. The question is meaningless without proper vetting." She moved further into the room, examining the cases. "Has he made any unusual inquiries? Shown interest in restricted areas?" Dr. Levine hesitated. "He asked about this room, but that could be innocent curiosity." "Nothing is innocent, Helen. Not in our work." The older woman turned suddenly, scanning the room with narrowed eyes. For a terrible moment, I thought she was looking directly at me, hidden as I was in the shadow behind the door. But her gaze moved on. "Where is he now?" "Monitoring room, presumably. His rounds would have him checking the west wing at this time. Have security detain him immediately. We'll determine if he's suitable for contribution or recruitment." Dr. Levine nodded and reached for her phone. As she stepped toward the doorway, I pressed myself flatter against the wall, barely breathing. She passed within inches of me, stepping just outside to make her call. The older woman remained in the gallery, moving slowly among the display cases like a curator examining a beloved collection. Her hand trailed lovingly over the glass housing Thomas Harmon's face. "We'll need to move everything again," she said, seemingly to herself. "Such a waste of resources. Elena will be disappointed." Elena, Elise's real name, known only to investigators and those close to the case. This woman was not just an employee or disciple, she was a confidant, someone in direct communication with Elise despite her incarceration. Dr. Levine returned, her expression tense. "Security can't find him. He's not in the monitoring room or on his assigned rounds." The older woman's face hardened. "Lock down the facility. No one enters or leaves. Check the surveillance footage for the past 3 hours. If he's not an approved associate, he's a threat or an opportunity." Her lips curved in a smile reminiscent of Elise's. "Either way, he doesn't leave this building." They exited together, the door swinging shut behind them with a definitive click. I waited several seconds, then tried the door. Locked. My borrowed keycard no longer worked. They had already deactivated it in the system. I was trapped in a room full of preserved human body parts, in a facility now on lockdown, being hunted by people who wanted to add me to their grotesque collection. I needed to find another way out, and quickly. The room had no windows, no other doors, no ventilation ducts large enough to crawl through. The only exit was the locked door, which I couldn't open without a valid keycard. I examined the control panel beside it, wondering if I could override the electronic lock somehow. As I studied the panel, I noticed a small red button behind a protective cover and emergency override, perhaps for fire safety regulations. Triggering it might unlock the door, but it would almost certainly sound an alarm as well. Still, with the facility already searching for me, an alarm would make little difference. I was about to press the button when I heard voices in the hallway security personnel coordinating their search. They were checking each room systematically, moving in my direction. I had minutes at most before they reached room 520. I flipped open the cover and pressed the red button. Immediately, a shrill alarm sounded, and I heard a click as the door unlocked. But to my horror, rather than just opening the door, the emergency system activated fire suppression protocols. Sprinklers erupted from the ceiling, and a fine mist began filling the room. The sprinklers weren't dispensing water. The mist had a chemical smell, and as it settled on my skin, I felt a tingling sensation followed by numbness. Some kind of sedative or paralytic agent designed to incapacitate without damaging the precious specimens in the gallery. I held my breath and yanked open the door, stumbling into the hallway. The alarm had triggered evacuation protocols throughout the floor. Other doors stood open, the chemical mist billowing out into the corridor. Emergency lights flashed, painting the scene in pulses of red. Security personnel at the far end of the hall spotted me. "There he is," one shouted, pointing in my direction. They started toward me, pulling what looked like gas masks over their faces as they advanced through the mist. My limbs were growing heavy, coordination faltering as the chemical took effect. I staggered in the opposite direction, toward the stairwell I had noted during my rounds. If I could reach it before the paralytic fully immobilized me, I might find a way to another floor, another exit. The stairwell door required a keycard, but the emergency protocols had unlocked it along with the other doors. I pushed through, nearly falling down the stairs as my legs threatened to give way. Behind me, I heard the security team enter the stairwell, their footsteps echoing metallically. I forced my increasingly unresponsive body down the stairs, clinging to the railing as the numbness spread. 4th floor, 3rd floor. My vision was blurring, darkness creeping in at the edges. I wouldn't make it to the ground level. At the 2nd floor landing, I stumbled through the door into another corridor, this one dimly lit, and lined with what appeared to be patient rooms' doors with small windows, soft beeping from medical equipment within. Was this a legitimate medical facility after all, with Elise's gallery hidden among actual patient care areas? I tried to run, but managed only a shambling walk, bouncing off walls as my balance deteriorated. Behind me, the stairwell door banged open. Orders were shouted. Footsteps approached rapidly. A door ahead stood slightly ajar. Room 217. With the last of my coordination, I lurched toward it, fell through the opening, and kicked it shut behind me. No lock. It wouldn't keep them out for long. The room was dark, except for the glow of monitor screens. A figure lay in a hospital bed, connected to IV lines and monitors. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I could make out the patient's face, or what remained of it. The left side was heavily bandaged, the right side gaunt and hollow-cheeked. A breathing tube obscured much of the mouth and nose. With a shock of recognition, I realized I was looking at David Carter, the man I had known as Thomas, the surviving victim who had testified at Elise's trial. But he was supposed to be in protective custody, recovering in a secure medical facility. Unless this was that facility. Unless Elise's network had infiltrated the system so thoroughly that they had reclaimed one of their escaped specimens right from under law enforcement's nose. David's unbandaged eye opened, fixing on me with the same desperate recognition I had seen in the basement months ago. His hand twitched toward a call button beside his bed. "Help," I managed to gasp, fighting the paralytic to form the word. "Police." He pressed the call button repeatedly, urgently, but instead of the expected nurse or doctor, the door behind me swung open to reveal Dr. Levine and 2 security guards. "Well," she said, surveying the scene with clinical detachment, "this is unfortunate, for both of you." The guard seized me, my limbs too numb now to offer resistance. As they dragged me from the room, I saw David's face contort in what might have been despair or apology, his hand still feebly pressing the call button that had summoned not help but his captors. They took me to an elevator I hadn't seen before, larger, industrial, accessed with the older woman's keycard. As we descended, Dr. Levine spoke into a phone. "We've secured the intruder. Preparing for assessment now." "Yes, Dr. Renard. Full documentation as always." Dr. Renard, the older woman with the connection to Elise. Another false identity. Another layer of deception. The elevator opened into a basement area that bore a horrifying resemblance to the one beneath Elise's house. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, the smell of damp earth and antiseptic. At its center stood a metal examination table with restraints. Shelves lined the walls, holding familiar instruments and chemicals. They strapped me to the table, the paralytic making resistance impossible. Dr. Levine checked my vital signs with professional efficiency, while the guards retreated to positions by the door. "Remarkable," she commented, examining my pupils with a penlight. "You manage significant motor function despite a full dose of the immobilizer. Excellent physiological resilience. Dr. Renard will be pleased." My tongue felt thick, but I forced words past it. "People, I know I'm here." She smiled thinly. "No, they don't. We vetted your background thoroughly, Mr. Gray. Or should I say, Mr. Reed. You've been very careful covering your tracks. No close connections, no one to miss you. Just like the ideal candidate." My blood ran cold. They had known who I was all along. The job posting, the interview, the hiring, all had been a trap, expertly baited and now sprung. Why? I struggled to articulate the question burning in my mind. Why continue? Elise caught. "Elena is merely inconvenienced, not defeated," Dr. Levine replied, preparing a syringe with practiced movements. "The collection continues. The work continues." She made sure of that, long before her temporary setback. She leaned closer, studying my face with clinical interest. "You know, she specifically requested your tongue for the collection. Said it was particularly eloquent." The elevator doors opened again, and Dr. Renard entered, now wearing surgical scrubs similar to those Elise had worn in her basement. "Is he prepared?" "Almost. Extraordinary resistance to the immobilizer, as you predicted." Dr. Renard approached, looking down at me with the same cold curiosity I remembered in Elise's eyes. "Of course. That's why he was selected in the first place. Beauty is more than appearance, Mr. Reed. It's also resilience, adaptability, the will to survive." She stroked my cheek with a gloved hand. "Exceptional specimens demonstrate exceptional qualities." As she spoke, a commotion erupted somewhere above us, shouting, the sound of running feet, what might have been gunshots. Dr. Renard frowned. "What is that?" Before Dr. Levine could respond, the lights flickered, then died, plunging the basement into darkness. Emergency lighting activated seconds later, casting everything in a dim red glow. "Security breach," a voice announced over an intercom system. "All personnel implement Protocol Omega. Repeat, implement Protocol Omega." Dr. Renard's face hardened. "Prepare for immediate relocation," she ordered. "Secure priority specimens only." "What about him?" Dr. Levine asked, gesturing to me. "Administer terminal sedation. We can't transport him in this state, and we can't leave him alive." Dr. Renard moved toward the elevator. "Meet at extraction point B in 15 minutes. As Dr. Levine prepared another syringe, this one, I assumed, containing a lethal dose of whatever they used to terminate their subjects. The sounds of conflict grew closer. Gunfire. Shouted commands. The heavy thud of tactical boots on concrete. Dr. Levine hesitated. syringe poised above my arm. "We may not have 15 minutes." A loud bang shook the basement door, someone trying to break through. Dr. Levine made a split-second decision, dropping the syringe and rushing toward a different door, presumably another exit. The guards followed, abandoning their posts. Alone in the dim red light, still immobilized and strapped to the table, I could only wait, hoping whatever force had interrupted the procedure was here to help rather than harm. The paralytic was beginning to wear off, sensation returning in painful tingles, but the restraints held me securely. The banging at the door grew louder, then stopped. A brief silence, then a deafening crash as the door burst inward. Tactical officers in full gear poured into the room, weapons raised, moving with the coordinated precision of a well-trained team. One approached the table, checking my vital signs while speaking into a radio. "Survivor located. Medical assistance required." Another officer removed my restraints, helping me sit up as the paralytic's effects continued to fade. "Mr. Reed? Marcus Reed? Can you understand me?" I nodded, my tongue still partly numb. "David, Chen, second floor, room 217. The officer relayed this information into his radio, and 2 team members immediately left the room, presumably to secure David. Others were systematically searching the basement, documenting evidence, securing the scene. How did you find me?" I managed to ask, as an EMT began examining me. "Anonymous tip," the officer replied. "Someone sent detailed floor plans of this facility to the FBI, along with evidence linking it to the Kostova case. Surveillance photos showing known associates entering and exiting, financial records connecting it to shell companies identified in the investigation." He paused. "Very thorough intelligence. Almost like someone had been investigating from the inside." I said nothing, but a wave of relief washed over me. My contingency plan had worked. When I failed to check in, my sealed envelope had been opened, my evidence sent to the authorities. "We've been monitoring the facility for 3 days," the officer continued, "preparing for a coordinated raid. Then our surveillance team spotted you being escorted in last night. We had to accelerate our timeline when the facility went into lockdown. As feeling returned to my limbs, they helped me onto a stretcher. As they carried me out, I caught glimpses of the chaos unfolding throughout the building. Tactical teams securing rooms, medical personnel attending to what appeared to be other victims, officers leading handcuffed staff members toward waiting vehicles. Outside, red and blue lights illuminated the pre-dawn darkness. Ambulances, police cars, FBI vehicles formed a perimeter around the facility. Media vans were already arriving, drawn by scattered chatter about a major operation in progress. In one of the ambulances, I saw David Carter being attended to by paramedics. Our eyes met briefly as they loaded me into a separate vehicle. He nodded, once acknowledgement, gratitude, shared trauma. Then the doors closed, and we were driven away from the horror that had nearly claimed us both. The raid on the New Hampshire facility led to the arrests of 17 people connected to what the media now called the Collection Network. Evidence seized from the building directly linked them to at least 32 murders spanning 2 decades. Dr. Helen Levine and Dr. Sophia Renard, another alias, her real identity still unknown, were charged as key accomplices in Elise's operation. Other members of the network were identified and arrested in subsequent weeks as the investigation expanded. The second floor of the facility had indeed housed legitimate patients, mostly elderly individuals with few family connections, people who wouldn't be missed if they disappeared into Elise's collection. Some had already undergone partial harvesting, their medical care designed to maintain them as living sources of specimens rather than to heal them. David Carter was reunited with his family, who had been told he was in a private medical facility for reconstructive surgery. He would require extensive psychological and physical therapy, but doctors were optimistic about his recovery. As for me, I spent several weeks in protective custody while providing testimony against the network members. My evidence, combined with what was found in the facility, strengthened the case against Elise herself, eliminating any doubt about her central role in the decades-long operation. At her sentencing hearing, I attended in person, wanting to look her in the eye one last time. She sat calmly as the judge pronounced her sentence multiple life terms without possibility of parole, to be served in a maximum security psychiatric facility designed for the most dangerous offenders. As guards led her from the courtroom, she turned and caught my gaze. A smile spread across her face, not defeated, not angry, but satisfied somehow. She mouthed words only I could see. The collection continues. I reported this to the investigators, who assured me it was an empty threat, a final attempt to maintain control. All known members of her network were in custody. All identified properties had been searched. The collection itself had been dismantled, its grotesque contents held as evidence until they could be properly laid to rest. I wanted to believe them, but as I built a new life under yet another new identity in another new city, I couldn't shake the feeling that Elisa's network ran deeper than anyone had discovered. That somewhere, someone was still carrying on her work, still hunting for exceptional specimens to preserve. I moved into an apartment in a secure building, installed extra locks and a security system, maintained my vigilance about being followed or watched. But gradually, as months passed without incident, I began to relax, to believe that perhaps the nightmare really was over. Then came the package. It arrived on an ordinary Wednesday, delivered to an address that should have been unknown to anyone connected to my past. Inside was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Within the box, nestled on black velvet, lay a perfectly preserved human tongue. A note accompanied it. The collection never forgets its contributors. What is taken must eventually be replaced. Your silence is temporary, Marcus. We have all the time in the world. I reported it immediately to my FBI contacts, who promised to investigate, to increase patrols near my home, to review security footage from delivery services. But we all knew it was futile. Elisa's disciples had found me again, and they were patient. That night, as I double-checked locks and peered through curtains at shadows on the street below, my phone chimed with a text from an unknown number. Beauty is eternal. The collection is forever. Sleep well, Marcus. We'll be watching. Always watching. I deleted the message, changed my phone number the next day, and began planning another move, another identity, another attempt at disappearing. But in the quiet moments before sleep, in the vulnerable space between wakefulness and dreams, I hear Elisa's voice, soft and reasonable, explaining why she needs to take pieces of me. What I begin, I finish. Always. And I know, with a certainty that chills my blood, that no matter how far I run, how well I hide, how many of her disciples are caught and imprisoned, Elisa's collection will never be complete without me. That somewhere, a specimen jar waits with my name on it, empty but patient, just like its creator. In the years since my encounter with Elise and her network, I've developed a sixth sense for when I'm being watched. A prickling at the back of my neck, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, an instinctive unease that warns me when someone's eyes are on me. I feel it now as I write these words, that familiar sensation of being observed. I've moved 17 times in the past 5 years, changed my name, my appearance, my habits, cut all ties with my past life, yet they always find me, eventually. The collection, it seems, is indeed forever. Its disciples are everywhere, the barista who studies me too intently, the neighbor who asks too many questions about my background, the delivery person who lingers at my door. I've learned to live with this constant vigilance, this perpetual state of flight. I've learned that safety is temporary, that peace is an illusion. That beauty, as Elise defined it, is indeed eternal because the fear it engenders never truly dies. Sometimes I wonder if I should stop running, if I should face whatever fate Elise has designed for me, allow myself to become part of her monstrous legacy, just to end this endless chase. In my darkest moments, I almost convinced myself it would be a relief. But then I remembered David Carter's face, the desperate hope in his remaining eye when rescuers finally reached him. I remember the other victims we saved from the facility, their gratitude as they were reunited with families who thought them lost forever. I remember that evil triumphs only when good people surrender. So I keep moving, keep watching, keep fighting. And if you're reading this, if my account has somehow reached you, know that beauty has a dark side. That collection can become obsession. That appreciation can transform into possession. Be careful who you trust. Be mindful of those who study you too intensely, who seem too interested in your unique features, your special qualities. Be wary of compliments that feel like assessments, of admiration that borders on cataloging. And if you ever meet someone whose eyes hold that cold, clinical appreciation, the gaze of a collector evaluating a specimen, run and don't look back. Because Elise Harmon may be imprisoned, but her collection continues. Always searching, always hunting, always incomplete. Just like the horror that lives inside each of us, waiting for the right moment to emerge.